Hello, everybody, and welcome to UNIFY and everywhere else that we're watching out there in virtual land. I am Debbie G. I'm tuning in from Huntington Beach, California, and with me, the incredible Miranda Life Clendenning. Miranda, we're going to be sharing some amazing things today, and you are in New York right now and right in the midst of all of it and all of the happenings. I am so excited. I'm going to let you take over from here.
Thank you, Debbie. Yes, I'm Miranda Clendenning. I'm one of the directors of UNIFY, and we are here on this very special day, which actually started yesterday, our time in Japan, as we had a remembrance and global silent minute and a silent minute all across Japan in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, where the atomic bomb was dropped 77 years ago. UNIFY was invited to be at the Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Disarmament Conference at the United Nations this year, which is our first time to go to that. We've been to multiple peace events in the past, many things about helping with hunger and women's issues and many different things in the past. But this time, people ask us sometimes why we work with the UN a bit. And I'm not sure I'd say we work with the UN exactly. There's a lot of different initiatives that people bring in, things that they have concerns about in the world, and the UN is a listener, and they can bring things forward in a bigger way if there's a big enough voice from the people. So that's what we show up and do. It's one of the places that we show up and can have a voice of the people. So it was beautiful yesterday inside the UN. Tammy Scarlett, our executive director, and I were both there, both here in New York City. Huge General Assembly hall full of people that each are giving a message. Each country has a delegate that they send that says what their country, the people of their country, want to see happen. And then there's an entire section of NGOs or non-governmental organizations, nonprofits, basically, that all give statements as well. So hundreds of those speaking about what the world wants, and telling the UN, here's what we want. And we want peace on Earth. We want nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament. And here's all the reasons why. And here's what has happened. Here's the people that have gotten hurt. Mm-hmm. And here's what we want. We want the weapons dropped now. We don't want our children, grandchildren, us, our future, to be affected by the fear and anxiety of having to live with the threat of nuclear war again, ever. And already Hiroshima, when I was a child, I lived in Japan, and my parents took us to the bombing museum, which they actually took down the wax museum in 2013 or something like that. But I wish it was still there, and I wish that all of humanity walked through that. In the museum, they made what it looked like when the bomb went off at ground zero, which completely leveled and evaporated everybody, everything. And then it would show 5 miles out, 10 miles out, that thing, and just literally showed people turn into shadows. It literally left their shadow on a wall.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, people with their skin melted off, people with lesions all over their body and unable to have children, and just the effects. I mean, when you're affected like that, I was 12 years old when we went, and I would say that impacted me for life, for not ever wanting that to happen to any human being or anywhere on our planet again. At UNIFY, we're here all in for all life and all people, and gathering in with the biggest voice that we can have. That's why we do what we do. And today we ask you to be here with us and hear the messages from a lot of the leaders that are here in New York, and people from around the world that have solutions for peace and for creating peace, and for creating peace on Earth zones, and for having even how to talk to governments, how to talk to institutions about not being institutions of adversity, but being one human family, and what we want is peace and love and care for all. And that's actually the UN statement right now as this conference is happening. More than 600 presenters are presenting here at the UN over the next 6 weeks. It already has been going for a few weeks. But just amazing to think about and hear. And I feel like people don't know enough about, I didn't even know until they invited us, but we all need to know that we have a voice. We can bring it to the UN, we can bring it to our governments, we can bring it to institutions. We can say we want peace. The UN even says our greatest thing that we can do right now is to recognize that we are one human family, and that we are here to care for each other, and that it doesn't need to be about adversity and our differences. If we can recognize the strength we have as one human family and stop fighting, that is the biggest thing we can do. To hear the UN say that as their main statement
Wow.
this year.
Wow. That's absolutely, that's huge.
Yeah.
That's huge. And I want to recognize all of those that have shown up for this initiative and this cause, because it is important to humanity. And it doesn't matter what you believe out there. The only thing we're asking you to do is join together in prayer for peace. And that's it. Remembering, yes, exactly. We are one human family. Thank you. I love that. And we are so grateful all of you are here today. Let's say a big hello to Fumi John Stewart. May peace prevail on earth for a world free of nuclear weapons. And
hi, Fumi.
woo, Fumi.
Fumi did so good yesterday. Yesterday we had 2 broadcasts that had many thousands of people at them as well. And Fumi broadcast from Hiroshima, Japan, and the flag ceremony and the silent minute there, which is 8:15 in the morning on August 6th, which is when the bomb happened, which was 7:15 p.m. here in New York time. But such a beautiful ceremony, Fumi. Thank you. And we were also broadcasting live from the UN chapel with voices for a nuclear-free world from the United Religions Initiative, led by Monica Willard. And Jonathan Granoff was with us yesterday, Michael Fitzpatrick, many leaders here in New York, as I don't even know how many prayers there. Everybody did like a 2-minute little segment. So there were just floods of people. The mayor here just giving prayers, showing their organization's support, and putting prayers out into the world, doing the Global Silent Minute. Today we have a video to show about Voices and the URI initiative and the many years that they've been working on trying to get this message out there, and beautiful messages from all of them. And that will play right at 8:15 Pacific time, so in 3 minutes from now, and you'll get to hear from them. I do want everyone to make sure to come in at 1:11 p.m. Pacific time, which is 9 okay. 1:11 at 10:11 Pacific. For Sadhviji leading us in global synchronized meditation. And she teaches constantly about the cultivation of inner peace and the cultivation of peace between all of us. And she's been a meditation leader for UNIFY for many years. So our beloved Sadhviji, join us at 1:11 Eastern time for that as well. But we'll have continuous prayers and broadcasts for the next few hours from so many leaders, and helping you to hear the hopeful message that we're seeing. I mean, there's an uprising so big. Uprising, I don't know is the right word. It's a unification. It's a grabbing your neighbor and holding hands and saying, we're standing for peace and love, and in a whole new way, bigger than what we've seen in the past, as people are coming out of COVID and as the threat of World War III at our doorstep, and our kids having to come to us and talk about, is World War III going to happen? What's happening with Russia and Ukraine and Iran and all of this? So we don't want to live in that world. So people are standing up more and more to say the world we want to live in is full of peace and love and care for all life. And we don't want to see that anymore.
I absolutely love this message because it is the one that we need to be sharing, and that's why we are here. There's something that is beautiful about when human beings join together for a cause such as peace. And it's really so neat. We have videos coming from the Dalai Lama, of course, Bishop Swing, and if y'all were watching UNIFY this past week, there were some incredible interviews with some of the guests that will be here today. And this is an ongoing invitation. This isn't just today, but you are invited to do this every day and to keep it ongoing. There is something really neat I want to tell everybody about really quick, because it has to do with what can you do. You can put a peace pole right in your yard. Just saying. There's 250,000 of these all around the world. And Fumi John was talking about that, and it was absolutely extraordinary. So, without further ado, it is time for the inaugural prayer from Voices. So, we will be right back after this beautiful 13-minute segment. And we will be right back after this because I just took a second longer. That was a blurb.
Welcome to the first annual Nuclear Prayer Day, August 6th, 2022. On this day of inauguration, we, Voices for a World Free of Nuclear Weapons, want to honor and encourage nuclear prayers by all people in all countries with different words in different languages, but with one intent: to save our planet Earth from nuclear annihilation.
The former United States Secretary of Defense, General James Mattis, was sitting in a meeting with the President of the United States and other members of the security team as they discussed nuclear weapons throughout the world. As soon as that meeting was over, General Mattis got in a car, drove to the National Cathedral, knelt down in the Bethlehem Chapel, and he began to pray. He prayed. He knew what was going on with nuclear weapons, and the Secretary of Defense prayed. Just like people all over the world who understand the real threat of nuclear weapons, they urgently pray every day.
We, the people of Voices, did not start out praying in our beginning 14 years ago. Since one of us had been Secretary of State of the United States, another Secretary of Defense, and another the chief negotiator of arms control with the Soviet Union, the 14 of us got together attempting to be opportunistic about advocating for the reduction and elimination of nuclear weapons.
Then a prayer was written for us to say at the beginning of our meetings. That particular prayer began to have a life of its own, translated into many languages, said at United Nations meetings, and was prayed in countries throughout the world. We even made a video of ourselves saying the prayer, and this video circulated worldwide. This special video of our nuclear prayer will be shown at the conclusion of this inauguration.
What became clear to us was that nuclear weapons go far beyond matters of politicians or national security. At rock bottom, nuclear weapons are about the beginning and the end of life on planet Earth. As such, They represent the ultimate betrayal of the source of life in the universe.
Far down in the human being, down where exists the primal urge to perpetuate life, when the full weight of danger touches the human soul, an alarm system goes off, a prayer wells up, a cry surfaces. Terror finds its voice in the face of the nuclear threat.
The word prayer is only one word, but we use it as a shorthand to encompass a myriad of expressions that well up from the depths of the human heart when faced with the prospect of a nuclear war. Now that the doomsday clock is 100 seconds from striking, every urgent action to save this planet is a prayer.
On this special day, our thoughts and prayers turn in particular to the young people. They're the ones who stand to lose the most in terms of living out their full lives. So we're overjoyed today to announce the winner of the 3rd annual Voices Youth Award. It goes to the wonderful Youth Fusion, the youth network of Abolition 2000. This award, which will be presented in September, honors the nuclear abolition legacy of President Mikhail Gorbachev of the former Soviet Union and Secretary of State George Shultz of the United States. Right up until he died, George Shultz was an active member of Voices.
Outside our Voices group today are thousands of other people around the world who are saying their own prayers to help us inaugurate Nuclear Prayer Day. People such as Rabbi David Rosen in Jerusalem, Tomoko Watanabe in Hiroshima, Archbishop John Wester in New Mexico, and Valeria Hess of Odessa, Ukraine. And people in international interfaith organizations such as United Religions Initiative, the Global Security Institute, UNIFY, Unity Earth, the Charter for Compassion, the Parliament of World Religions, and Religions for Peace, where I have the privilege to serve.
Obviously, people all over the earth will pray daily that our ancient dot in the universe, our Earth, will not become a lifeless planet. Nuclear prayers will be said regardless of us. What we are trying to do is to galvanize these universal supplications into a global force, and then be ready to move together in a common direction as the path unfolds.
So thank you for watching, listening, and praying. Please join us in our fight for a nuclear weapons-free world. You can find us at voices-uri.org. We promise to be available to you during the coming year, and we shall be back next year with the 2nd annual Nuclear Prayer Day, August 6th, 2023. And we look forward to having you with us.
Stay tuned if you'd like to see our own nuclear prayer said by the original members of Voices: George Shultz, William Perry, Ambassador Thomas Graham, Ambassador James Goodby, Dr. Sidney Drell, Monica Willard, Dr. Jonathan Granoff. Thank you for being with us today, and let us pray.
Each month, I have the great privilege of hosting a small group of diplomats, scientists, lawyers, religious leaders, and all of them are deeply involved in international nuclear weapons negotiations. I'd like you to meet these people, and then I'd like you to hear the prayer that we say whenever we get together.
I am Bill Perry. I'm a professor emeritus in the engineering school at Stanford University. I was the 19th Secretary of Defense of the United States, and before that, the Director of Defense Research and Engineering. My experiences through the years with nuclear weapons have made an indelible impression on me and convinced me that these immensely powerful weapons threaten no less than our own civilization. This has led me to make the primary task of my life working to ensure that they will never, ever be used again.
My name is Sidney Drell. I am a scientist, a physicist. Beyond my academic teaching and research career, I have spent many years as an advisor to the United States government on technical national security issues and nuclear weapons in particular. I recognize their almost unimaginable destructive potential and their capacity for destroying the human race. This is a capacity far beyond what we were created to acquire, and therefore I believe and work to get rid of these weapons as soon as practical before they destroy humanity.
My name is George Shultz, former Secretary of State under President Ronald Reagan, and this is my own prayer. Dear God, please bring common sense and divine guidance to our work on the problems that nuclear weapons pose to our world. Man has invented a means to destroy us all. We must eliminate these weapons in order to preserve a sane and peaceful world. We pray for your help as we work toward this goal.
I am Ambassador James Goodby, and the bombings at Hiroshima and Nagasaki have shaped my soul and my professional life, from my participation in the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty to my present efforts at seeking to dismantle, jointly with the Russians, the nuclear weapons legacy of the Cold War. President Kennedy said, "Here on Earth, God's work must truly be our own." I think that God's work is to rid the world of the present nuclear threat.
I am Monica Willard. The issue of eliminating nuclear weapons has shaped my life as a peace activist and as the representative of the United Religions Initiative to the United Nations. Knowing that nuclear weapons can be used by choice or accident, and that they have the capacity to destroy our planet and everything we love, calls me to action. A world without nuclear weapons is protection. For the love of our children, grandchildren, and future generations, for the beauty of the natural world, for a safer future, I offer this prayer.
I'm Jonathan Granoff. As a young man interning for a congressman, I met then Senator Robert Kennedy. He told us how close we came to destroying civilization during the Cuban Missile Crisis. He told us that eliminating nuclear weapons before they eliminate us is the practical and moral litmus test of our time. For many decades since, I've worked as an activist, an international lawyer, and a human being to rid the world of this threat. We need each other to do this, and we need God's grace.
I am Ambassador Thomas Graham, first with the Soviet Union, and later with countries all over the world. I have participated in arms limitation policy development and negotiations on behalf of the United States of America. Always, the overarching objective has been to control and eventually eliminate all nuclear weapons. And although much has been achieved in the past 70 years, the sword of mass destruction still hangs precariously over our heads. As long as there is breath in my lungs and urgency in my heart, I intend to do all in my power to banish these ungodly weapons from the face of the earth.
The beginning and the end are in your hands, O Creator of the universe.
And in our hands you have placed the fate of this planet.
We who are tested by having both creative and destructive power in our free will
turn to you in sober fear and in intoxicating hope.
We ask for your guidance, and we wish to share in your imagination as we deliberate about nuclear force.
Help us to lift the fog of atomic darkness
that hovers so pervasively over our Earth, your Earth,
so that soon all eyes may see life magnified by your pure light.
Bless all of us who wait today for your presence
and who dedicate ourselves to achieve your intended peace
and rightful equilibrium on Earth.
In the name of all that is holy and all that is hoped. Amen.
Amen.
Well, that was an absolutely beautiful, beautiful video. And I'd like to put up quickly the banner for this wonderful organization so that you guys have their website right here. voices/uri.org. That was awesome.
Yeah, oh, it makes me teary-eyed. I just love all of those people so much and their tireless work. I've been coming to New York and the UN for 7 years, meeting with them, and they just never stop. I mean, each one of those people, I can tell you, has a lifetime of working for peace, and every message from spirit that they get to do the next thing, bring it to the next biggest place, get these people involved, they do it. We do it. So I
Yes.
so much love for all of them.
We love
And
you
another-
guys.
Yeah. And another person I love so much, John Raymer, is here with us next to talk some about this sign network and how they help to get things out to the world, and how John and Summer work tirelessly to also help make sure groups are unified and synergizing. And you have no idea what that takes to do some of the things that John does or helps teach us how to do. Welcome, John.
Welcome, John. So good to see you.
I am here, even though it looks like I'm spinning, but that's really just my heart opening. And thank you to UNIFY, and thank you to the Voices for a World Free of Nuclear Weapons. Yeah, I grew up thinking there was adult supervision on this planet. And I never thought we'd find ourselves quite in this place that we're in. But the truth is that we're in this together. And my prayers are not just to the great mystery, but really to each of us. And so grateful for anyone who's tuning into this, recognizing that if we don't change our direction, we're likely to wind up where we're headed. So my prayer is that we learn to see again. That we can look beyond what we already believe to be the situation, to discover each other in a new way, to realize that the differences that we are dealing with, all these conflicting interpretations, is some place beyond right and wrong. There's a place for us to come in tune with nature, to realize that this human supremacy is killing us. We're not above nature. And the fact that we are able to build these crazy weapons that can destroy everything doesn't mean this has to be our fate. So I pray for us to wake up, to remember and awaken at this time to the oneness of our human family, to these incredible capabilities we have do not have to be put into service of war. It's like Martin Luther King said, right? Those who love peace need to learn to organize as effectively as those who love war. And we are. I'm so grateful to all the other Alliance members. We've shared, I think, 100 pages have just taken this beautiful stream and are turning it into a wave. And we're in a new world. We're connected like we've never been before. Therefore, my prayer is that we behave like we've never behaved before, and that we can actually restore some sanity to an out of balance condition. Let's heal from the greed. Let's learn to love each of us and all of us. So that is my prayer, to awaken and remember and unify the one human family that we represent, and do it with love and compassion, and may peace prevail on earth.
That is absolutely beautiful. Thank you, John. I can get behind that. I can get behind that 100%. That was absolutely beautiful. You know, Fumi says that John has a story about his father and to ask you.
I love my dad. I miss my dad. And my father was, quote, a war hero. And a book was written about my dad, High Honor. And he came to regret everything he did during the war. He was a B-29 pilot. He was in the air when they dropped the atomic bomb. He was dropping the leaflets on Nagasaki. And he writes in vivid detail of the smell of the incendiary bombs that they were dropping, the smell of burning flesh. Miranda, you went there a little earlier. We can't ignore what we've really done. This clinical view of life is just, in the lab, it's all under the microscope. It's nice and clean, but the world isn't really that way. It's ugly. There's bugs. And my dad lived to experience that and said, what did I do? He thought he was doing the right thing. He was willing to die for his country. So I honor my dad, who came to be an advocate for never, never, never can we ever let this happen again. And we're right on the verge. We're one miscalculation away from annihilation. That's what the Secretary General said. So if this isn't urgent enough, I don't know what is. And my dad's legacy should always be a man of peace who came to find that, but wasn't that way. He was a kid swept along. The war was the greatest thing that happened to America for so many people. My father grew up in the Depression. He never knew that you could get seconds. When he went into the Army, he was amazed. Oh my God, you can eat more than one plateful. It transformed our country and transformed the world, but it also demonstrated a level of horror that we're capable of delivering to each other. We just need to choose life and stop denying the oneness. I know I do that all the time. I have to deal with my judgments of others and myself. I got to look past that. I pray that we can look past that and learn to see again. See the divinity in all of us. We are really one. What are we doing? So thank you, Fumi, for mentioning my dad. Yeah, his story, but he was not alone. There's so many of us swept along. Right now, we see it happening. It's back going. I have a daughter that lives in Ramallah working for peace, and the Israelis and the Palestinians are at it again. We just got to stop. We just got to pause and say, wait a minute. If we don't change our direction, we're likely to wind up where we're headed. And if we don't do things differently, things won't be different. So let's not have this incredible nuclear prayer day, this inauguration, just be a bunch of words that go out on social media. Let's actually let it touch our hearts and challenge ourselves to really do things differently and be different.
Yeah, thank you.
I was going to say what I appreciate about what you've said is to do things differently, be different. And one of the things, John, that I appreciate and admire about you, because I've known you quite a long time, is what you have done to bring networks together, to bring us together as one. And I thank you for that, through the Sign Network and through the Compassion Games and through all of the tremendous work that you do. I appreciate you.
Well, thank you, Debbie. The thing is, it's us. That's why I'm so proud. I'm a member of this alliance, like UNIFY, like Spirituality Gone Wild, and together we're capable of doing amazing things. But we, don't have the patterns of doing that. We're in patterns that keep us separate. We're in patterns that keep us feeling alone and isolated. There's a chance to remake that world and build with abundance. This is how nature works. So what's the abundance? We have the love and trust. Trust is everything. And if love means, hey, your concerns are my concerns, then we can love each other and not be afraid. So we've demonstrated we're capable of doing that. That's happening right now. These last 2 days, we're making these streams turn into waves. And everybody can play. So I woke up to this idea of a magic canoe, an indigenous idea of a vessel for traveling between worlds. We're going from a world no longer to a world not yet. We don't know where we're headed. We are honestly lost at sea. So we say magic canoe, moving between worlds, lots of room, everybody's welcome, here to serve our journey home. So thank you, Debbie. And I know that, everything I'm doing is really us doing it. It's just like Rick Olfick was saying, we the world. So many of us know the right words. We just got to breathe life into it and live this way. And by walking the path, we make the path visible. So, dear sisters, brothers, this is my prayer. This is our prayer. This is our time. Our ancestors are rooting us on. The future generations are calling us forward. Cut it out. Grow up. Yesterday, I was so happy to see that verdict with Alex Jones. I know Scarlett Lewis. We need to be able to come one more time. There is a right and there is a wrong. Nuclear weapons are wrong. Mm-hmm. Preaching conspiracies and selling money and selling people things to make it so they deal with the conspiracies is wrong. Stop lying. It destroys trust. We need that sacred trust in order to act together as one. You can't coordinate with people you don't trust. And we can't have leaders that are lying to us.
Thank you, John. Thank you for your conviction and devotion. And we're also in the 99 days of unity and peace right now.
Yes.
John and Ben Bowler helped put on the World Unity Week in June, and UNIFY was involved. Debbie's organization was involved. All of us were involved with that, and we are every year as well. But a beautiful, thing started this year that I'm sure will happen each year from here on out. So Peace Day is usually our biggest.
That's the one.
Exactly. Week of the year, but 99 days between World Unity Week with this Nuclear Prayer Day right in the middle of it, and then engaging for our biggest week of the year, September 18th through the 24th. We will all be together again. I'm here in New York talking to Paul Slotkiss about the Times Square event this year, and he's trying to get together a big, at the Salvation Army Theater, a big event with Ringo Starr, and talking to big artists. I can't even say because they're not fully confirmed yet, but I'm really, really excited about us being back together for Peace Day and celebrating what we can do together to make peace on earth. And as the UN is even saying, which is a surprise to me and many of us, they are called the United Nations. They stand for human rights around the world. They're the biggest fighter of human rights and the violation of human rights. But for them to say humanity, we don't know how it's going to happen, but humanity recognizing their one human family is the greatest thing we can do. And asking everyone to work on that.
Yep.
Love your neighbor. Go say hi to them. Say, we're one family. What can I do for you? If you ever need me, I'm here. I'm your friend. I'm your friend for life. Who says that? Who does that? If you don't start, right. That's what changes the world. As soon as the whole world is holding hands, regardless of religion or race or whether we're not supposed to because our governments are fighting, there won't be fighting anymore. If everybody's holding hands someday and everybody's saying we're standing for peace, who's going to go to war? No one will. There'll be no one left to do that. That's not what we will want anymore. And I already believe that humanity as a whole in larger form does not want that. So many activists and protesters have come to us from Russia saying, we just want people to know this is not what the people wants. This is not what we want. We're peace and love all the way. We're heartbroken at what is happening.
Yep. No, Miranda, thank you for saying this. And thank you for the partnership around the International Day of Peace. This year is the 40th anniversary of the observation and celebration of the International Day of Peace. We've got a chance to really do something amazing here. Now, the problem I see is that those who have the legitimate authority don't have the capability. And those with the capability don't have the legitimate authority. It's up to us. Look at Zelensky, right? He went to the Security Council and said, where's the security?
Yeah.
If the UN doesn't get its act together, then, we just need to move beyond that. If nation states can't fix these problems, it's up to us. And, Jonathan Granoff, who was just here a few minutes ago, he taught us about in Westphalia. This is the way in 1648 we got ourselves organized, because we were all rooted in territories and places. So we said, let's make ourselves nation states. Well, that's no longer working for us. And now we're connected online, where our identities are not rooted in our locations. We have, just like you said, the people of Russia, they're saying, wait a minute, we don't want this war. It's this cold, old domination way of operating. It's just become obsolete, just like these weapons are obsolete. So yes, we have 99 days from the first day of World Unity Week to the last day of Peace Week. When we counted, it was 99 days. How about 99 days of peace through unity? And let's rise to the occasion. So
let us rise.
Absolutely. We're doing it together, paddling and publishing.
I think I love this. And I think it's a great time to share Ben Baller's message. It's about 2 minutes long, and we have some incredible guests that are already in our virtual green room who are going to be coming up soon. We are getting ready to go into a dynamic hour. So
fabulous. I love you guys. I'm here. I'm in.
Thank you, John.
All right. Bye for now.
All right. And here is a message from our lovely Ben.
My name is Ben Bowler from Unity Earth, and this Nuclear Prayer Day, this is my prayer. Dear God, creator of life, you have given us the precious gifts of free will and creativity, and we have used them incredibly well at times for the powers of good, and we have used them for the powers of destruction and self-aggrandizement in different ways. I pray today that the very powers of creation that helped us to develop the nuclear bomb, our scientific genius, our ability to work in teams, our ability to work across long periods of times through difficult, complex challenges, resources, the political will, the very forces of creation which enabled us to create and then reproduce by the tens of thousands these weapons of mass destruction. I pray that the same gifts we used to create the bomb, we can use now in ways that are life-affirming, in ways that are healing, in ways that are solving, and in ways that can advance this earth and our humanity. I pray that the gifts of free will and creativity that we have can be used from this day forth as a force for good to rid the world of the threat of nuclear war and to bring an era of peace and prosperity across every land for the human race and for all of life. This today is my prayer.
That was absolutely beautiful, Ben. Thank you so very, very much. Miranda, I want to just take a moment, though, before that we get moving on, and I just would like to edify you for a moment and the work you have done to direct this event happening at this scale in 3 weeks. You have pulled together, it has just been absolutely outstanding, including going all the way to New York. Something that I admire about you is that it is your passion to step forward and you do it. And that has been the message, is to just do something. That's what John Raymer was talking about. But Miranda, you have been all over the world. You have done things like help create orphanages. And whenever I see you get behind something, it is because it matters that much. I mean, heck, you went all the way to New York. That's awesome. So thank you very much for all that you did to bring this to everybody who's viewing right now.
Thank you, Debbie. And I hate to talk about me. It's not about me, and it never is. I tell people we work for the universe. We work for spirit. You know, that's what runs UNIFY. It runs us. We don't run UNIFY. We don't have our own things that come in there. Basically, we get the messages from the world and from spirit on what needs to happen next and what we need to gather people for, and what good in the world needs help with gathering more of an audience and more partners and more of a message. And this is definitely one of those. Next, we have Steve here, and we just got to meet him in this last week through our beautiful Michael Kraus, who works with us at UNIFY. But Sujith is such a beautiful man, and just had such a pleasure of meeting him and his message. I actually had dinner with Jonathan Granoff and Michael Fitzpatrick, who will also be on right after Sujith, or maybe even overlap if they can both stay. But Jonathan was talking about so many of the same things that Sujith is going to lead us in right now. So it's a beautiful synchronicity. Some of the inner peace cultivation messages that they're both going to share in the next little bit. So welcome, Sujith.
Welcome to the stage. Hello.
Good morning. Good afternoon from Italy. It's so heart-opening to see you both, Debbie and Miranda, being such great custodians for all of us to exist in peace. And I want to applaud the sacrifices you make, the effort you give into that. And thank you for having me here. Both Debbie and Miranda, I was very profoundly touched by that conversation we had a couple of days ago. And thank you for giving me the space to help all of us invoke inner peace. And before I would deconstruct anything about inner peace, I'd love to take our audience through a little inner peace practice. And then we can go into a little bit of understanding of the connection between inner peace and world peace, or any other kind of peace. How does that sound?
Beautiful.
Beautiful. I am completely in. I'm going to highlight you.
Thank you.
All right.
Lovely. Thank you. So to you, Miranda and Debbie, but also to our audience, anybody, any electronic devices, anything that they have close to them that they don't need, please put it on silence, keep it away from your energy field, and find yourself a comfortable position, a position where you can be seated, relaxed, shoulders loose, and gently close your eyes. And become present to all the sounds and sensations around you. Everything is sound, nothing is noise when we are at peace. And hold those sounds always in your awareness. As you gently bring your attention to your breath, observe your breath. Observe your breath as it flows in and flows out. and observe your breath as you breathe in deeply into your belly and slowly release. Two more times. And expand your awareness and become aware of your thoughts. All your thoughts. Observe. You might experience thoughts of fear, of displeasure, resentment. Simply observe. Or you might experience thoughts of love, pleasure, joy. Simply observe. Do not try to change any thoughts or replace them. Simply become aware of your thoughts. And notice your body. Notice any sensations or feelings or emotions. You might notice some unpleasant feelings or emotions. Simply observe. Or you might experience pleasant feelings or emotions. Simply observe. The simple act of observing our thoughts and emotions make way for inner peace. And as you enter that state of inner peace, gently bring your attention to your heart region and feel your heartbeat. You may place a palm over your chest region to connect deeply with your heartbeats. And as you connect with your heartbeats, notice that your heartbeats slow down. And your heart opens in gratitude and grace. Connect with that state. Your heart is the center, your center of peace. It's not your church or your temple or your foundation. It's your heart. Become one with your heartbeat. And as you remain in that grace and inner peace, please remember, there is no peace without inner peace. That when I am in inner peace, I can cultivate peace in my home, among all genders, between nations, peace with the environment, or global peace. Remain deeply connected to your heartbeats at all times. And now, as you remain connected with your heart, breathe slowly and deeply into your heart. And as you exhale, slowly return back into this space and time. And when you're ready, you may open your eyes. Thank you.
Thank you. Now that we're all blissed out, how are you doing, audience? How are you doing? Type it into the chat. Let us know how that you are doing. How did you receive that? Is what we'd like to know. Thank you so much. That was amazing.
I also, in our brief conversation we got to have the other day, you were telling us about your new book, Subtraction. And at first, I really did not get it. But the same, I mean, after you explained, I did in such a beautiful way. And that is the part that Jonathan was talking about at dinner. I would love to bring Jonathan up on the screen too. He's here in the green screen room with us. As Sujith shares about his new book and the concept in there and how it helps bring us to inner peace, but also liberation into such larger consciousness. Jonathan, welcome.
Welcome, Jonathan.
Hopefully you're ready. I know it's a little bit early, so thank you for coming on with us already. But this beautiful man, Sujith, is someone that you need to meet. And you both have so many of the same beliefs that you talk about and teach and help people with. And as you were explaining to me in such a beautiful dinner last night, Jonathan. So I'd love for you to take us on a journey, Sujith, and explain why subtraction.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hi,
what a
brother.
joy to meet you. You know, I've heard so many amazing things about you from Debbie and Miranda. And now to connect all those virtues with the person, it's a delight. So thank you for this opportunity. And Miranda, thank you. Thank you for speaking to subtraction. I look at you, Miranda, and I look at you, Debbie, and I see two passionate souls on a journey of self realization, wanting to be the greatest that you can be in this form, wanting to embody the greatest joy that any human being is capable of. And subtraction refers to that journey of self realization, to our fullest, to our infinite, to our greatest joy, to our bliss. The simple recognition, Debbie, as I spoke with you the other day, that when we are born as kids, and I look at the kids in my life and around me, and I notice their divine nature, their infinite nature, their blissful nature. They are born, in my land, we use the word Sat Chit Ananda, fully aware of the truth, fully realized, and fully in bliss. So we are born that way, not as immature, underdeveloped, helpless beings, but infinite, divine, blissful beings. And then through life, experiences happen, positive and negative. And each experience conditions us. From that unconditioned self, we become conditioned. Like layers of the onion that grows, each layer becomes a conditioning of a belief system, a conditioning of an experience, conditioning of our ailments. We grow, and become adults, all conditioned. And at some moment in our life, most of the people I know around me, Debbie, for that reason, I've realized they've become adults, they've pursued all the same things that most other people have pursued in life. And then one moment, they have an awakening. Very often, with most people, that awakening happens through some kind of a trauma or a tragedy in life, like loss of love or a fear of losing life or a grave loss of identity, something that awakens us. And then thereafter, our journey to self realization is a journey of subtraction. One where, this onion with layers and layers of conditioning that we start peeling them. I have a limiting belief, I release it. I have a limiting condition, I release it. I have limiting emotions, I release it, I heal them. So that process of peeling the onion, the layers of conditioning, to return back to that infinite nature that's contained within the onion. The onion does not have a seed. It's just got, spaciousness, expansiveness, infiniteness. That nothingness, that everythingness inside the onion, returning to that divine nature is a journey of subtraction. So, Miranda, to your enthusiasm for the idea of subtraction, that is a little bit of the understanding of that journey. And just to connect that to our custodyship today for peace, incidentally, subtraction is also the pathway to cultivating inner peace and consequently nurturing collective peace.
Thank you. That was absolutely, whoo, subtraction. Makes me think of some cute little rhymes and riddles we used to sing as children when we were in our imaginating state. Our state, subtraction, and make it a game, and have fun and have some fun with it. Jonathan, what's your take on subtraction?
Well, first, thank you for this. Being with people for whom there's no them. There's just us. And the Buddha's first noble truth is there is affliction. And it is the realization that everybody suffers old age, sickness, and death. Everybody is humbled if they realize the gift of this breath, that we are completely independent of that which is breathing, and yet our gift in time and space together is completely dependent on the gift of this breath. So I want to thank Swamiji for reminding us of that gift. And I was thinking that it's both an outer and an inner miracle of connectivity, that we are not breathing, we're being breathed. It's an automatic gift. But on the external side, in this moment of time of humanity, 50 to 70% of our oxygen comes from phytoplankton, a simple single cell organism. Now, if any of us lost one of our lungs, we could live. But this third lung that we share, that's breathing us, actually, we all depend upon. So for the first time in human history, this affirmation of human unity found in the Upanishads, and goes back before them, the human family is one, is not just a spiritual admonition, it has become a practical necessity because we have to protect our third lung. We breathe together. And the only way we can do that is if we step beyond these boundaries of the grafted identities that Swamiji talked about, the grafted identities that separate us from not only one another, but it is those grafted identities that separate us from the intrinsic open space luminous unity of the soul itself, which is one. So the breathing of in and out and the realization of the unity of in and out is very important. And this point of subtraction is so beautifully expressed by my guru, Guru Bawa Muhyiddin, a great Sufi, who said, separate from yourself that which separates you from others. Aha, that's subtraction. Let go of pride, let go of vanity, let go of arrogance, let go of impatience, let go of all of those things that are actually centered on I And those wonderful qualities that are natural qualities you can see in the child of the infant who comes here and responds immediately to love is without I. Love doesn't have I. That's real love. Compassion is to feel the suffering of others. So it is the liberation from the illusion of separation that we separate. So the great Sufi Jalaluddin Rumi was asked, what do you gain from prayer? And he said something to the effect, it's not like that at all, brother. It's what I lose from prayer. I lose my arrogance. I lose my impatience. I lose my pride. I lose my greed. I lose my clinging and attachment. And when we lose those things, that which can never be lost, as Swamiji expressed it, Sat Chit Ananda, existence, consciousness, bliss, that can never be lost because in reality, it creates us. We don't create it. Did anybody here create the world they're looking at? Did anybody create the thing through which we're looking? Did anybody create this moment? No. It is in us and we are in it. And that only happens first by the discriminating wisdom that says, what can I let go of? I have to swim from, this boat is sinking. I have to swim to the mainland. Can I keep all these things on the boat and swim? No. So the boat is maybe 70, 100 years in space and time. The mainland's infinity. We want to make that journey. And you can't carry arrogance, pride, karmic attachment, religious prejudice, nationalism, militarism, anything that violates the quality of the infinite love that brings us together. So yeah, there's so much to say about subtraction because that's where the work is. The other part's natural. When the open space is there, the gift appears by itself. But one of the things that we used to say was the sins are not to love and not to scrub. And the scrubbing is really about subtraction. So huge teaching, huge blessing, huge gratitude.
Such a synchronicity too, yes, to meet Sujith and know that he's coming to talk about that, and then our conversation last night, Jonathan, and such gratitude to both of you. And Michael Krause is here with us now as well, who introduced us to Sujith. Do you want to say a few words, Michael?
I would love to. And first of all, I'm honored to be in your presence, Miranda, Debbie, and Sujith, Jonathan. What really came through for me was in terms of subtraction, the experience that I had over the last few minutes when I heard you talk, Sujith, and when I heard you talk, Jonathan, is that there is a subtraction going on within myself. The layers the layers of conditioning, your voice, your wisdom, your knowledge, your presence have almost automatically subtracted all of that, which led me to be in my heart. And so I just wanted to really thank you for that, and your wisdom and your presence. And what can we do for all of us to have that experience, and for all of us to understand not a concept of oneness, but the reality of oneness? And I think that is one of our biggest opportunities and challenges that we face in terms of humanity, and how we're going to be moving forward into a process and a pathway to peace, is to create the understanding that we are all part of one living organism. So we're not the same. You and I, we're not the same. We are one. and I think that there is a slight difference. And I was in a sweat lodge with Chief Wolf a few years ago, and he said to me, Michael, the word for grandmother Earth in my Lakota language is Unchimaka. And if I would translate Unchimaka into English, it would mean the part of me that I'm walking on. So for First Nations peoples, the understanding that we're all part of one living, breathing organism, that we're all part of influencing actually our experience and our reality. And if we can start to really bring forward that understanding and the power and the possibility that each and one of us has as part of the collective, but then also the power of the collective moving towards a different understanding and a different sisterhood and brotherhood or manhood, or I don't even know how to say it correctly anymore. A beinghood, actually, that's what it is. And so deeply honored to be here. Sujit, I love you, and Jonathan, from what I just experienced from you, I love you, and Debbie, you already know that I love you. So
I love you too, and we love
Miranda. Yeah.
And Miranda. I want to. This is a really good time, and thank you for that beautiful sharing. And Sujit, thank you so much for being here today. It has been wonderful to have you. We're going to be moving on to a beautiful message from the Dalai Lama. And before we do that, any last words, Sujit, before that you leave our presence?
And we'll still be on with Jonathan for a little while.
Please, yes.
He wanted us to play the Dalai Lama message right before him because he has quite the connection to the Dalai Lama and a musician that has worked with the Dalai Lama for 25 years. So but I really love that the two of you got to be here together, and that it synchronistically, we never know what the universe has planned that we're in the setup for, but gosh, it's so beautiful. And
Well, Miranda, UNIFY is the name of this specific intention. So, you just unified Jonathan and I together with all the three of you. So, how lucky the audience is that Jonathan would stay on. And, Michael, what a dear friend you've been the past couple of years, probably now. And both Jonathan and Michael spoke to Jonathan spoke to the usness as a factor of cultivating peace. Michael referred to oneness. And what a powerful reminder, both the usness and the oneness. One of the great blessings that I have in my life is to hold space for peace building. Sometimes it's a reconciliation between the mainstream and indigenous people, or between faiths, or different regions, or sometimes just around the dining table of friends. And in all of that, I recognize, this stripping away, like Jonathan spoke about, stripping away of the pride, of the ego, that subtraction. For me, in any peacemaking activity, subtraction is integral. I do not pass on the listening stick to any party and say, like, okay, what is your grief? What's your grievance? Start speaking. No. I invite them, drop everything, put off your phone, close your eyes. Let's do some subtraction. Let's strip away that pride, that ego, that fear, the old traumas, the wounds, the resentment, the hurt. Let's subtract all that. And then let's see, how Sujit becomes redundant to your peacemaking process. So I want to just honor the usness that Jonathan spoke about and the oneness that Michael spoke about, and how our inner work can help accelerate global peace. And I, of course, want to say thank you to Miranda, Debbie, Michael for being such amazing souls and for having me here for a few minutes.
You're a blessing, truly.
Thank you, love.
Thank you so very much. Feel free to stay backstage and continue to listen and be with us.
It is also a synchronicity, this Dalai Lama video as well. He sent it to us and said this is his greatest message that he can give to the world right now. And we didn't tell him what to say it about. We never do with people that we that contact us to be on here during certain times. But wait till you hear the message that he said is the most important thing for humanity to hear right now. This is very gorgeous and synchronicity too.
Here we go.
Mentally, emotionally, physically, we are safe. Physical level, little differences, the size of nose, as you mentioned, my nose, consider big nose. I don't think it's a big nose.
Many problems which we are facing is too much emphasis, small community, my country, my religion, a different race or different class. These are secondary. Number one, we are human beings. We need a sense of oneness of entire human being. Reality also now teach us everything interconnected. For example, global economy, and then also now global warming. So now such sort of period, no longer thinking my nation, my continent. No, now we have to think humanity, about world. We should have sense of universal responsibility and work together. My lifetime, First World War, Second World War, killing, a lot of sort of killing. So now, what really result from these tremendous violence? More suffering, more hatred here. I always admire the spirit of European Union. In the past, these member states fighting, but then after Second World War, they realize new circumstances, and then they develop European Union. So, remedy is we should develop sense of oneness of 7 billion human beings, and we have to live together. Since live together, then much better, happily. Not always angry face, no use.
That was absolutely beautiful. Let me bring our darling Michael up. That was a beautiful message, and Miranda is coming back to the stage too.
Yeah, I want to hand it over to Jonathan and find out. We have another beautiful video from you that you prepared with Michael Fitzpatrick. Do you want us to play that next before you speak, or do you want to speak and then tell us when?
Well, I just want to say one small thing. The Dalai Lama's message was exactly.
Yeah, exactly. No prep. We did
about.
not talk about it. He just sent it to us and said, this is what needs to be said right now.
It wasn't similar. It was exactly.
It was exactly the same, yes.
And so the last 40 years or so of my life, I've been deeply engaged externally in using the skills that I've been given as an advocate, as an attorney, an international lawyer, to work on the rule of law and the abolition of nuclear weapons. But I've concluded that the obsession of national identity and the obsession of false identities that separate us is the cause behind the problem of the moment with the environment and with the pursuit of security through technology, through nuclear weapons. And the cure for that is exactly what His Holiness just pointed out, which is the realization of the unity of the human family. And its external expression, the way in which we can express our values, is called human security. That's the term that the nations of the world have adopted by General Assembly resolutions. That in a way, of course, we have a responsibility to our own body, to our family, to our people we're physically connected to, our neighborhoods, our city, our state, our nation. But today, as never before, because of God's message to us, the impact that we have on the very regenerative processes of nature, on the oceans, on the climate. Pandemics don't carry passports. The financial systems are integrated. We live in one family. For the first time in human history, we have to not only look at our responsibility to treating others that we're born with the way we want to be treated, but we're impacting the very future generations. So our connectivity, when you connect to, when you begin that process of expansion and connectivity, you realize you're actually connected spiritually to the infinite and physically connected to the web of life in a way that's never been before, and to the future, to lives yet to come into this world. And all of the spiritual practices, and let's not call them spiritual practices. Miranda was and still is a hospice nurse. So she's very conscious of the gift of time. It is the gift of time that gives us meaning. We make choices. We can choose love. We can choose our humanity. We can choose to let go of what we have to let go of. And she described for us last night how people in their last moments who've cultivated virtue and love and compassion, the peace that they have, and those who've cultivated clinging and attachment and pride, how difficult that is. It's exactly the same process the planet is going through. And she pointed this out to me. Thank you, Miranda. I was thinking so deeply about this profound point that the same truth that each of us individually has to realize, the same truth we have to realize at another level, at a global level. And the same qualities that bring us together as people bring us together with that truth. And I was thinking profoundly, how did we get into this dilemma of nuclear weapons? Right? How did this happen? It largely happened because of the reparations that were pushed on the German people after World War I. And we received the chaos of Nazism. So the world's great scientists said, my goodness, we've developed these new powers. We better build a weapon so that this evil not get the weapon. And that put the whole thing in motion. And think about World War II, when the victors, instead of destroying the vanquished in the war, had a Marshall Plan and gave money and support to Japan and Germany and receive security, partnerships, the same quality the generosity of that, and the confidence to do that. It's extraordinary when you just look at these two examples. And how did World War I begin? It began with a 19-year-old in Sarajevo assassinating a prince. And before long, all of these nations were at war. Never expected it. Just they had all these relationships. And how did these nations get created? The nations were created, as John Raymer pointed out, in the 17th century to end the religious violence in Central Europe of the 30 Years' War, where Protestants and Catholics, arguing over whose definition of Jesus' love was better, were slaughtering each other, and up to a third of the population was slaughtered, and they were just going to keep doing it. And people got together and said, let's make Protestant states and Catholic states. And that's how the modern state got created. And so it comes right back to this issue of, let's take it, Jesus' love. The appropriation of Jesus' love. The appropriation of saying, my understanding of the mystery is so much greater than yours. My love is only for my people, people that agree with me, people who are like me. Or is Jesus' love about love like the sun? Love like what gives us breath? Love like what gives us a heartbeat? Is it a generous love? Is it a love without borders? Is it a heart that has borders or a heart without borders? Is it a unifying love? Is it the love in which he's sitting with his mother and his brother and he says, where is my family? And he's asking a rhetorical question. My family is all. That's the love. And it was the appropriation of that love that led to, in a straight line, that led to where we are today with the nuclear bomb. Because Albert Einstein and a group of people got together and said, we now have the power to make these weapons. And we better make them before the people who say, only our way, our Nazi way, only our way is the right way for everyone. A denial of the freedom, denial of the universality of the blessing, a possessiveness. So the same principles that have always been with us tell us we are the people we've been waiting for, because we have the hearts that resonate to this message. And people say, well, what can I do? What can I do? I'm loath to tell anybody what to do, because for me, it's prayer becomes very important. If you pray to be of service to the greater love, it will give you the opportunity to use the skills and gifts that you have. And you can't say, oh, join this. I wouldn't say join this political movement or join this. I would say stay in touch with that message within yourself that is humbling, that says, I live in God and God lives in me and everybody. And the opportunity to serve and find a way of doing that will come to you. I am very involved in the Global Security Institute. I'm involved in the Bawa Mahadian Fellowship. I'm involved in Voices for a Nuclear Weapons-Free World. I'm a trustee of the World Academy of Arts and Science. And I have more stuff to do because I volunteered. Miranda's got 5 children. And God just gives her extra space and time to express beauty and unity. Debbie, I only know you a little bit, but I know that you have more abundant ways of expressing the blessing that you have than you think you have space and time to do. but trust me, you will have it. And Michael, we haven't met, but I know that this is true for you too, that you have made this your intention. And let me just finish and say, if that intention that resonates with the message that the Dalai Lama just gave, the message that resonates with separate from yourself what separates you from others, the message of the preciousness of this breath comes about, and you make it your intention to realize that in your life, the opportunity for its expression and manifestation and the discriminating wisdom to know what your yes and no is, that will be given to you. So when people say, what should we do? Make it your intention to serve compassion, to serve love. The opportunities to express it will come from the same source that gave you that intention. It's better than what the mind can conjure up. It's the knowledge that comes in the heart. We know that the heart is a cognitive organ. It has the capacity of knowing. It is formless, that knowing. The thing that sees in your eyes, you can't see. The thing that touches in your hands, you can't touch. It doesn't have a form. The thing that knows in the heart can't be known as an object because it's one. And the deeper you go into the mystery of unity, the deeper you go into the secret in the power of compassion and love, the deeper you go into it, the more that unity is revealed. And all things that are an affront to that, as Swamiji said, we want to subtract. Today is a day on Nuclear Prayer Day, obviously, a device. In the Ramayana, when Lakshmana comes to Ram and says, I have a device, a weapon that can kill everybody, that's our enemy. And Ram says, by ancient tradition, such weapons are prohibited. What could be more obvious? What could be more obvious of something we need to get rid of? But more important is the weapons in our heart. It all begins with our choice in the heart. So my response to the Dalai Lama's message is a yes within a yes within a yes at every level of our being. His message of compassion, his message of feeling the suffering of others as one's own, and the witness of his joy and the joy of all who make that commitment. Their witness is an inspiration to us, and that's the best thing we can do for each other. And I deeply honor the people of UNIFY who are resonating and playing that message. It's like an A chord in the guitar, and everyone who's tuning their guitars, when you hit that chord, the other guitars will resonate with it. So our job is to tune our guitars, tune the guitar of our heart, and play together. All praises are to the that harmonious giver of that beautiful note of unity.
Thank you, Jonathan. And I'm glad that you asked to have the Dalai Lama video right before you spoke, which ended up being right between in this whole conversation. But yes, your words resonate so deeply with me, and I've known you so many years, and it is such an honor to, when in your presence, you're such a strong professional, New York, working with the UN, working with the Security Council. I mean, Jonathan goes to introduce me to people and is saying, these people are handle arms control, and these are, security for the entire UN. These are security for these countries. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, I can't even like imagine the jobs that they do or how this is even handled. But to have your job and the work you do in the world and the world that you work in all the time in this world of institutions and government organizations, but to be such a spiritual and beautiful man who is on a mission to do something so big and to continue to bring it to us when more of a human presence and more of a human voice is needed. Thank you for what you do, and keep bringing it and keep telling us what to do. Your message to tune in, everyone individually, and know your part in how we create human unity and oneness and one big human family more and more. It has to involve peace with yourself, love within yourself, connection to spirit, connection to your neighbors. How nice are you to your family, to your neighbors, to your friends? Do you show up for them? Are we all doing that? How can we do it better? Yes, we need to show up at the UN. Yes, we need to show up with statements and saying, this is what we want. We want peace on earth. We don't want these weapons anymore, and show up as big as we can. With UNIFY, we do internships. You can ride alongside any of us in learning marketing, learning broadcasting, helping us out some, but we'll help you to learn how to have a bigger voice and how to be in New York someday too, if you want to. My background is as a hospice nurse, but it's people like you that help me to figure out this call of how do I get involved at a level where the United Nations is working and where peace on earth is actually being built on earth. And I'm very grateful to know you, Jonathan, and to be able to associate with you, and for the beautiful speech you gave in the UN yesterday as well. We were talking about the synchronicities of that. Jonathan went very last. He was put, they seat everyone in the UN and then they go down the row as people speak, and he was the last one, but with such a potent message. We recorded it, but haven't had time to edit it yet, but we'll put it out as well too, if Jonathan lets us. But it was meant to be the last message that the whole day ended on. That he talked to the delegates and said, how do we help you? How do we give you what you need? How do we truly stand together? How do we make this voice big enough that we make this change happen? I would love to show the video with you and Michael Fitzpatrick and your prayer, if we can do that now, and then we should have a few minutes after that for you to finish before Sadhviji is coming in at 1.
All right. We'll all mute now, and I will bring the video up.
That Nagasaki be the last use of a nuclear weapon. That nuclear weapons never be used again, O God. Bless and guide us. Guide us to eliminate these devices, the apex of creative evil. And all devices of mass
indiscriminate death. Each of us came into this world responding to our mother's love. Each of us came seeking family and love. Each of us became identified with nation, race, religion, gender, and forgot we are one human family, and that every person is as precious as we are. But still, in the stillness in our hearts remains a light of the soul, seeking, resonating, and longing for that love that brought us into this world. That love awakens and informs our universal humanity and awakens joyous hearts without borders. Intelligence has given us insights into the wondrous secrets of matter, energy, space, and time. Fear, ignorance, arrogance, pride, hatred, and prejudice have led us to use these insights to create devices of incomprehensible power, to inflict indescribable, horrific suffering. Please, dear Lord of all, creator of every life, every heartbeat, every moment, every leaf, blade of grass, every one of us, and universes and galaxies beyond counting, O glorious source of love and life, forgive us for forgetting you and all your blessings. Friend within all friendship, love within all loves, life within all lives, witness of all and everything. Bless us with the wisdom that comes from awakened compassion. Guide us to use the gift of intelligence to heal, sustain, harmonize, understand, and glorify you, our humanity, and honor your creation. Inspire us to end the suffering of poverty, to protect nature, to love one another, and remove the ignorance from our hearts. Grant us hearts of gratitude and courage. Give us the fortitude to not falter in bringing peace, justice, beauty, and unity to your human family.
Help us eliminate these devices of death and the motives from which we create them. Please, Lord of all, guide us in beautiful ways of peace, such that we can be living witnesses of your generosity, creativity, goodness, presence, peace, mystery, wonder, and life. Guide us with compassion. Fill us with kindness and love, that we might become fully human. And all praises are yours. Amen.
Beautiful.
I purposely didn't listen to it before this. Debbie did, to make sure we received it well and everything, but I wanted it to sink in right now during this. Oh my goodness, Jonathan. Thank you. And Michael.
The power of the spoken word and the power of music. Wow, how beautiful. Thank you, Jonathan.
I hadn't seen it or heard it before.
Yeah.
Wow. Michael, Michael choreographed and envisioned the whole thing. I mean, he saw it and then made it happen, really. I mean, but we prepared by coming to source within ourselves. So it was, somebody said, well, how did you prepare this? Did you rehearse this? And so forth. And I was thinking about that we didn't prepare at the level of the mind or externally. We prepared by our own authenticity. And I was reflecting on how I'm very blessed with a wonderful companion with whom I've been married for 44 years, and we've raised a family. And the only way you prepare for really important things that works is by, if you're doing it with other people, is by this preparation inside, by this preparation of attuning to that place of harmony and unity. And this first day of global prayer to eliminate nuclear weapons, it's so extraordinary because we're beginning this journey of turning from the separations that we've created to unity by surrendering our arrogance, our pride, the attachments that separate us in this great affirmation of the intrinsic harmony that informs every life and that creates the luminosity of all consciousness and the luminosity of our souls. And to become one with that is more powerful than anything you can see, touch, feel, or hear. It's what brings us here. It's what sustains us here. And it is unspeakably beautiful. And let our meditations harmonize us, absorb us, and bring us into oneness with that beautiful luminosity of the soul, so that we might be the witnesses and messengers of God's peace. And my sister Sadhvi is an example of a messenger of God's peace.
Thank you, Jonathan. I think Sadhvi is supposed to be joining us right now, but they're having a little bit of technical difficulties.
She will be right with us. No worries.
She's very technically astute. She's got a PhD from Stanford.
Yeah, she's traveling right now to pull all of this together.
But,
Here she is.
unlike most of the people who've done that, she doesn't carry all the books on her head.
Well, I'll tell you. Why don't one of you glorious humans introduce?
Yay,
Yes.
Sadhvi, welcome.
From Hollywood to the Himalayas and above.
You've got
so
fans
wonderful
here.
to be together. So wonderful to be together. I've gone to every single corner of this hotel to find one that has a place that I can actually sit that's got light. So I'm so happy to be with you.
Thank you so much. We'll hand it over to you to give your messages. And I know you probably haven't been able to be on the rest of the broadcast, but we've already heard from United Religions Initiative and many people there that have been working with a group they call Voices for a Nuclear Weapon-Free World. And Jonathan Granoff, we had Sujith Ravindan, who gave us some beautiful messages and a peace meditation. And then Jonathan just did a prayer and musical offering with Michael Fitzpatrick, and there was a message from the Dalai Lama. So we've had a beautiful morning so far already.
So wonderful.
Is here to lead us in global meditation at 1:11 p.m. Eastern Time. We like to do it on numbers that are sacred geometry numbers of time. But I'll let you take it away, Sadhvi. Thank you so much for being here with us.
What a joy. What an absolute joy to be here and to be here with all of you. I'm in Iceland at the moment in a very sacred and very powerful experience of raw, untouched, unmanicured divine creation. And it's very powerful, and it's especially powerful to be joining today on this day, because when the bombs went off, my mom was a year, my dad was 3 years. In 10 or 15 years, we're not going to have people living on planet Earth who actually remember. I mean, my parents don't even remember, they were tiny. We're very close to a time in which we're not going to have people on Earth who actually remember the devastation, the horror, the trauma. And what that means is that it is even more critically incumbent upon each of us to not just know it intellectually, to not just let it be an aspect of history that we study. Yeah, this happened. Yeah, that happened. But actually to make it a part of each of our DNA, our cellular memory. Because only when that happens can we actually ensure that it never happens again. If something's just yeah, it happened in history, we learn it in school and then forget it, we're going to repeat it. And we can already see waves of terrifying division sweep our planet. And it's those who were alive when it happened. It's those who remember. It's those who lost loved ones. It's those who bore witness to the actual happening who prevent us from forgetting. But very soon, each of us is going to have to be that person. The age of nuclear was an age of power through fear. The United States launched them in order to instill fear. I mean, I know there's all sorts of other prettier reasons that they will give for why the bombs were dropped, but let's really look at it in all honesty. They were dropped to instill fear in the minds and the hearts, not only of the Japanese, but of the entire world. It was a don't mess with us. We are the most powerful. Be afraid. Be very afraid message. But we're at a time now where we critically need to move from an age of power through fear to an age of power through love. Because fear has not helped us. It certainly hasn't kept us any safer. All it's done is instill fear into the minds and hearts of every child in every country of the world. I remember lying down to go to sleep at night as a young child, terrified to go to sleep because, oh my God, there could be a nuclear war while I was asleep. Russia, in those days it was the Cold War, Russia could drop nuclear bombs on us while I slept. And I remember my mom saying that when she grew up, they were afraid that nuclear bombs were going to drop. And I am sure that today children go to sleep afraid that nuclear bombs are going to drop. So we've managed to instill fear, but we've managed just to instill it into the minds and hearts of our children, who are the ones we need to be courageous, to be so deeply connected to the divine, to themselves, to the creator, to the creation. So we need to move from power through fear to power through love. Because yes, we have the ability to destroy the planet. Okay, well, we have the power to destroy the planet God knows how many times. I mean, that's the nuclear Cold War. I can destroy this one planet we have 12 times more than you can destroy it. I can destroy this one planet we have 100 times more than you can destroy it. But the real question we need to ask is, does anyone have the power to create a planet? We don't need nuclear weapons to destroy our planet anymore. We're doing it anyway. Does anyone have the power to create a planet? We need to stop feeling so powerful because we can destroy and realize that now the power is actually in creation. There's a reason that the richest guys in the world, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, and these people are building residences on the moon, on Mars, that they're going to outer space. Because we are rendering Earth unlivable. The question we need to ask today is not, oh, who now has the power to destroy the world? But who has the power to make the world livable? Who has the power of creation? $84+ billion were spent just last year on nuclear weapons. I don't even know what the sum total is since 1945. But if you take even just last year's total, how much creation of a sustainable world would we be able to create? How many hundreds of millions of refugees might we be able to prevent from having to become refugees, leaving their homes because there is no water, leaving their homes because the ocean has taken away their city, their village, their land, their fields? This is a time, my sisters, my brothers, that we need to stop thinking that power is in destruction. Power today is in creation. Let us take the resources, the energy, the time that we spend in feeling powerful, feeling safe, feeling secure because we have this stockpile of weapons, and realize that there is absolutely no security without sustainability, that we are much more likely to perish from what we are doing to our planet. Let our governments finally, and remember, we are our governments. In most cases, we live in democracies. We live in countries in which those who sit as the ones in charge are those we have elected. Not in every case, I know. But in most of our cases, we are electing officials into office. We are the ones, through our votes, through our taxes, who are continuing this arms race. Let us together say no more. Let us ensure that our governments put time, energy, money, resources into creation rather than destruction. And if we do that, there's a beautiful, beautiful teaching about tension, which is if you and I are holding on to opposite ends of a rope, and each of us
Looks like there might be just a slight technical difficulty. I'm going to bring everybody back up. Hello. Musical boxes. It's like the Brady Bunch in this music. What a beautiful message that she had. And it won't, if I'm going to be watching to see and actually go behind here. There she is.
Sorry about that. I am back.
Welcome back.
It's so, thank you. It's so windy here. I think it's impacting the Wi-Fi, but that's okay. We have the internet connection. I was saying there's this beautiful teaching that I love about tension, which is that if you and I are holding opposite ends of a cord and we're each pulling, obviously there is tension in that rope. It only requires one of us to let go. So let each of us ensure that our governments, our countries, and through the United Nations, with whatever impact, influence we have, let us ensure that we stop operating on power through destruction and we shift to power through creation. That is what we need in our world today, the security of sustainability. Enough is enough. As we gather today, let us at this beautiful time of 1:11, let us close our eyes and allow each of us, wherever you are in the world, to just anchor yourself. Anchor yourself in your breath. Allow your awareness to merge with your breath. Don't try to change it. Don't manipulate it. Just allow the awareness to become one with the breath. And as you are breathing, notice how on the inhalation, you are breathing from the outside to the inside. Breathing in from the outer to the inner. And on the exhalation, we are letting go from the inner to the outer. Breathing in from outside to inside. Breathing out from inside to outside. Now allow yourself to hold the physical body absolutely still. Don't move. And as you hold the physical body still, notice as you breathe that line between inner and outer starts to dissolve. Don't force it. Just notice it as it happens. There becomes a permeability. And then a complete dissolving of that border. Suddenly there is no inner and there is no outer. There is just breathing. And as the breathing is happening, from oneness to oneness, from self to self, allow a simple mantra to start chanting itself in your heart. The mantra is so hum. So hum. It means I am that. I am the creator. I am the creation. I am one with all that exists. So hum. And in this space, this place of knowing, of being, allow yourself to see, not imagine, but see a world in which every child goes to sleep, safe and secure in their beds each night, knowing that no bombs will drop, knowing that no missiles will fly, a world in which every mother and father put their children to sleep at night knowing their children are safe in their bed. There will be no bombs. There will be no missiles. See that world. see a world in which our collective resources are being used to create life, to create a sustainable planet. To create a planet that is safe not only for the children in their beds, but for every species. Where our resources are used to keep alive every glorious, exquisite species we have on this planet. To protect our air, our water, our soil. See that world. Not in your imagination, but see it in your mind's eye, the eye that can see. If we see it, we can create it. And let us all together raise our hands together wherever you are. Just raise your hands. And let us pledge no more power by fear. Only power of love. No more power of destruction, only power of creation. And each of us, with our energy, with our experience, with our expertise, with our time, with our talent, with our technology, each of us will create that world together. Our raised hands and each other's raised hands. Feel that we are holding each other's hands across the planet. Together in the power of creation. Slowly bring your hands back down to chest level. Bring your palms together in Namaste. Bow your head to that presence of the divine within you. To that divine creator in you, as you, through you. Bow to that power of creation and of love, as love in you, as you. slowly rub the palms of your hands against each other. And press your palms into your closed eyes. Feel the energy go into your eyes so these two eyes can also see. And slowly lower your hands. What a blessing. What a blessing to be together with you all today. And I'm so deeply grateful to our friends and our family at UNIFY, at URI, at the UN, for bringing this beautiful, beautiful event to fruition. My beautiful brother, Jonathan, for the incredible, incredible work that he is doing with such a power of love up against the power of fear. But that love is melting the fear. And I know that when we all come together, it will happen. It is happening. It is already happening. We today are the happening. Thank you so much for this beautiful opportunity to be together.
It has been extraordinary. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. UNIFY thanks you. I know that Jonathan and Michael would like to have a couple of things they'd like to say. Feel free, Jonathan.
Oh, I was okay. Without vision, we're sure to go nowhere. And so Sadhvi's guidance in putting forward the vision of virtue in action, guided by compassion, guided by unity. If I am that, and that is all created, sustained, and inseparable from God, then there is only God. And then the awareness and consciousness in others, one realizes, is an expression of the most sacred and valuable thing within oneself. And when that dawns within us, we don't want ourself, that part of ourself manifesting in the form of other forms, to be afraid, to suffer. And there are wars going on in the world because of a failure of a healthy vision. There are wars in Sudan. There are wars in Ukraine. There are places where we're on the verge of war. In borders in India, where Sadhvi lives. And there are wars within ourselves. And the same principles that bring peace within ourselves are the only way to bring peace in those places. We still need police and defense forces. We're not saying to do away with states and do away with these things. But we are saying never be guided by fear. Never be guided by separation. Always be guided by the power of love. And there are policies that can be done. People say, what can we do? There are agreed policies with respect to nuclear weapons, very practical agreements that have been made by 191 countries. End nuclear testing. We've agreed to do that in the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Produce no more material that can be used to produce nuclear bombs. There's an agreement to negotiate that in the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Strengthen the safeguards guarding nuclear materials. Lower the operational status of the weapons. There's lots of practical things that can be done. But that's not what this discussion is about. This discussion is a discussion within ourselves between apathy, doubt, disempowerment, and vision, faith, surrender, listening, confidence. Sadi in the 13th century said, "The human family is one arising from an unseen essence. An injury to any one part is felt by the whole, and a response of healing emerges. Oh, you who cannot feel the suffering of others, are you truly human?" So Sadhvi highlighted the prayer that no one should put their child to bed tonight, fearing for their safety. No one should be out of touch with the child and the innocence and purity within ourselves. And what separates us from that inside is protectiveness, is fear. So the first place for disarmament is in our hearts. The first place for disarmament is so that that purity that we were brought into this world with, that Guruji began with, can be awakened, can be present with us, so that affirmation of life that we came with can be awake and alive in us. That quest to know, that quest to come into this world that every one of us came with, an enormous, yes, I'm here to learn. So this moment, this precious moment in which we had the most amazing sharings and prayers, is an awakening for a new dimension of human evolution in healing and turning us from the love of power to the power of love. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Sadhviji. She had to jump off. We have next David Gershon and Carlin Young coming on they'll be here in probably about 7 minutes, I think. So we can play a few of the prayers that have been sent from other organizations. We have some 2-minute offerings to play in this time also. And then David Gershon put on a thing called the First Earth Run in 1986, which helped stop Cold War activities during that time. And 25 million people carried a torch of peace around the planet, and 1 billion people watched it on TV. And Jonathan was one of them. Oh, well, stay with us if you can to say hi to David. He would probably love to see you, and loves that I'm here in New York with you. I work with David doing game operations for his Peace on Earth by 2030 game, where he's created the actions of the Earth Run into a game that communities can actually play and create peace on Earth in their communities. So we'll be talking about and telling the story of that and how people can join, and how showing the miracle of the first Earth Run and the video that went with it, where you saw people around the world carry the torch. so many people don't know that that happened and how big of an impact that that made at that time. But I hope and pray to see it again in this part of our lifetime now. Not exactly the Earth run with the torch going around the planet, but torches of peace lighting up everywhere all around the world as we bring humanity that we want. So Debbie, do you want to play, play the Pato video next, and then the Green Hope video? Both of them are 2 minutes.
We sure can. It'll just take a moment to cue it up. Be patient, everybody.
I just wanted to honor you, Jonathan, and how you brought the essence of Sadhvi's prayer and meditation really together, and how you eloquently expressed it. And I think to me it is, what is really, really important is that once we have an experience of oneness, and how Sadhvi expressed it, the limit, the border between the inner world and the outer world merging into one. Once we have that experience, there is no other way than to operate from that understanding. And what a powerful meditation that was. And once you have that understanding, then not just imagine, but visualizing what it is for children all over the world to go to sleep in safety. And I don't have any words to add other than this is the vision that we're all holding in our hearts. This is the vision that millions, hundreds of millions, billions of people around the planet are holding in their hearts. And we have to find ways to actually not just ask our political leaders, but demand our political leaders to advise our political leaders, and to take the actions necessary for us to disarm our planet, to live in peace, to use those resources that are spent on military expenditures, and really allow us to create a new civilization. And when we look back at the ancient text, and also at the oral transmissions, there is the talk of a golden age, of a new civilization, of nirvana, of all of those traditions are talking about it, and we know it's going to happen. And in my opinion, it already happened. We're just stuck in this timeline where we just have to move through it. What is it that we need to do? What is it that we have to? It's almost like we have to reorganize ourselves as a human species. What would that look like? What is the infrastructure? What is the architecture that is needed to get us from point A to point B? And the first step in that, first step into liberation is awareness. And so, again, getting back to, there is no separation between the outer world and the inner world, and there is no separation between you and me and everything around me, because that is all me, and all of that I am. And so I just wanted to really honor you, Jonathan, for your wisdom, for your work, for your knowledge, for your dedication to humanity, and to those children that one day are going to go to bed knowing that there won't be any missiles, knowing that there won't be any bombs. And so my heart goes out to you and the work that you do. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
That was a beautiful segue. And here we go.
For a world free of nuclear weapons. on earth prevail today. May peace on earth prevail. May peace on earth prevail today. May peace on earth prevail. We pray, each day we pray for a world free of nuclear weapons. We pray, each day we pray for a world free of nuclear weapons.
Yes, we're calling all leaders of humanity to end this atomic insanity that threatens our human family, jeopardizing our global ecology. We don't want to see another Hiroshima or a deadly accident either. No. We need a nuclear ban to protect our future generations. We pray, each day we pray for a world free of nuclear weapons. We pray, each day we pray for a world free of nuclear weapons. The beginning and the end are in your hands, O Creator of the universe. And in our hands, you have placed the fate of this planet. We, who are tested by having both creative and destructive power in our free will, turn to you in sober fear and in intoxicating hope. We ask for your guidance and to share in your imagination in our deliberations about the use of nuclear force. Help us to lift the fog of atomic darkness that hovers so pervasively over our earth, your earth, so that soon all eyes may see life magnified by your pure light. Bless all of us who wait today for your presence and who dedicate ourselves to achieve your intended peace and rightful equilibrium on earth. In the name of all that is holy and all that is hoped. Amen.
Yes, we pray each day. We pray, yes, we pray each day. We pray, yes, we pray each day. We pray for a world free of nuclear weapons.
Tick-tock goes the doomsday clock, but your children don't worry about that. You see actions speak louder than words, and in this vision we remain undeterred. We gotta let our leaders know our atomic bombs are the wrong way to go. Respect the nuclear ban treaty and focus on the poor and the needy. We pray each day we pray for a world free of nuclear weapons. We pray each day we pray for a world free of nuclear weapons. Yes, we pray each day. We pray, yes, we pray each day. We pray, yes, we pray each day. We pray for a world free of nuclear weapons.
And we are back.
I have a short thing to. I realize there are a lot of people who don't know that when Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev committed to eliminate nuclear weapons in Reykjavik, where Sadvi was calling from. That for me, that was goosebumps, because I know what happened there. We came this close. If it wasn't for some people in the Reagan administration wanting to weaponize space, we would have done it. But they did end the Cold War by having that vision. Ronald Reagan, a Republican, remember. And Gorbachev is one of the founders of the Global Security Institute, where I serve as a president. And we had over 70,000 nuclear weapons at that time. Over 80% have been eliminated. People say, how do you can't eliminate them? On the contrary, we now have less than 14,000. That is not an insignificant accomplishment, but people don't know that. People don't know that the International Court of Justice unanimously ruled a duty of the 9 states that have nuclear weapons, and there are only 9, have a duty to get together and negotiate their elimination. They don't know that there's 115 nations in nuclear weapons-free zones, rendering the Southern Hemisphere virtually nuclear weapons-free. They don't know there's a treaty that is open for signature banning nuclear weapons. They don't know that the nuclear weapons states are parties to a treaty, the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, in which they promised to negotiate them. The point being, there is a practical path to move us down the ladder gradually and get to that. But what is missing right now is the currency of the realm of trust. What's missing right now is a political, they'll call it a human commitment to move to human security rather than national militarism. It's not going to take place like that. Obviously, there are many places in the world where there are authoritarian regimes unwilling to let the people and the voice of conscience rule. It's only the conscience of one person. But history's on our side. The business community is on our side. The practical necessity is on our side. And we have not, until now, collectively said, oh God, we need your help. And we saw earlier today a prayer with the former Secretary of Defense of the United States, the former Secretary of State of the United States, a Republican, George Shultz, and many of us together saying, oh God, we need your help. And as we know, God is always willing to help if we come together and ask for that help, because he made us together. That's the key. Because the love that we need from that mystery will only be as great as the love that we develop with each other. That's the deal. We don't have 2 hearts. If we want the power of God's love to flow through us, we have to have the power of God's love amongst us. And so I bow to the expression of the vision of bringing us together so that love can grow amongst us. That is the UNIFY principle. And that is where God's hand can guide our hands, in that love amongst us.
Thank you, Jonathan. That of course ties that up and creates the perfect segue into a sharing that we would like to do before David Gershon and Carlin Young join us. So bring this up.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kehkasha, and I am the founder president of Green Hope Foundation. On this anniversary of the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it is my wish that we all understand that nuclear weapons are a stain upon our society and that we must do everything in our power to achieve a world free of nuclear weapons for the well-being of people and planet. Let us pray to the Almighty so that we might have the strength and the ability to achieve complete nuclear disarmament and so that we do not annihilate humanity.
That was a powerful message. It was beautiful. that's what there's been a beautiful flow of a lot of powerful messages and things that we can all do to create these changes in the world. And I want to just once again appreciate you, Jonathan and Michael, for both being here right now. And I have one more prayer we could play, Miranda, if David's not quite ready.
Yeah, go ahead. I think he's having a little technical difficulties, but if not, then we'll just go into the Earth Run video, which he was going to do an intro of and then play that anyway. So we'll go ahead and play one more of the other prayers, and then we'll do the Earth Run video after that if he's not here yet.
Okay, beautiful. Here we go.
Dear and gracious Mother, Father, Creator God, we call to you by all the names by which you are known. You have granted us the gift of free will to both create and to destroy. We have abused that power in many ways. We have created nuclear weapons capable of perhaps destroying all life on this beautiful planet that gives us breath. We find ourselves powerless to rid the world of this abomination. Thus, we call upon you to soften the hearts of men so that we may learn to live no longer as merchants of death, but in your image as givers and sustainers of life. Dear God, we come to you with our humble request as lovers of humanity and of all of your creation. In you, all things are possible. Show us the way to abolish all nuclear weapons now and forevermore, and guide us in the path of healing, love, and light. May peace prevail on earth. Amen.
That was an absolutely beautiful prayer from Reverend Deborah Moldow, evolutionary leader and source of synergy. It looks like education, but it went away. So,
hi, David. He is here. If you want to bring up David and Carlin.
Absolutely.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, David.
Hi, David.
Hi, everybody.
Jonathan Granoff is here, and I was talking about you coming on here, and when I was talking about why you're coming on here and about the Earth Run and talking about how many people carried it around the planet, he raised his hand and said he was there also.
Okay. How wonderful is that? So,
Jonathan, do you want to say?
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Likewise.
We've had such a beautiful morning, David. Jonathan's the one that brought me here to New York. He and Monica Willard, and I was in the UN with Jonathan yesterday at the Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Disarmament conference. And Jonathan gave a beautiful speech that I have a recording of that I want to show you later as well, David. And we're going to edit it and get it out there as well. He also did a prayer to end nuclear weapons and war. And Michael Fitzpatrick, who has been the musician for the Dalai Lama for 25 years, played with him while he shared that beautiful prayer. And Sadhviji led us in meditation. And it's just been a beautiful morning of meditation and prayer, and so many groups sharing the URI. So now we're happy to have you here, David. And Carlin works with us. He is our technical developer for the Peace on Earth by 2030 game platform, as well as all of our other initiatives with the Empowerment Institute's initiatives and all of our technologies. So 2 rock stars that I am humbled by and grateful to work with every day. And we welcome you, David and Carlin.
You have to pardon me. I'm a lawyer for a nonprofit focused on the Sufi message of unconditional love that has a board meeting that I'm responsible to attend. And sometime we should have a session where we talk about how there are practical policies that need support that are in accord with these values, and that well, they're not political. They are expressions of our human security and human unity. And if we have a Clean Water Act in the United States, is that political to keep the water clean? Richard Nixon brought that to us. People don't realize that. Is protecting the ozone? Ronald Reagan brought that to us. Is that political that we don't all get cancer? I mean, where does it? People can make God political, for goodness sake. So
and have in fact quite a lot.
So please forgive me, but the most important thing is this work of the internet, the work of our bringing our hearts together.
Yes.
Without boundaries, and that is the note of attunement for all of our lives. And so I can't emphasize how grateful I am for the work that you guys are doing. It's so unique, never happened in human history, never had the technology, never had the moment. And then look what happened. The voice of conscience spoke to you. And you know what you said? Yes. And there's lots of us joining you in that big yes.
Thank you.
Forgive me. Got to go.
Be well. Debbie, good to see you, by the way. Been a while.
David, it is. Oh, it's so good to see you. I'm so excited. Carlin, it's so good to see you too. Oh my gosh. I am so thrilled you're both here. And we have a fabulous video to share. And I think right now might be a great time to share it. What do you think?
David, did you want to say anything before that? And I really want you to meet Michael Kraus.
Yes. I mean, yes.
Very glad.
Can I share what our plan is, Debbie, before we go into the video? Miranda, do you have the video teed up, the Earth Wind video? Or?
We do have the video teed up. Debbie does, actually. Yes.
Yeah. So firstly, let me meet Michael, and then let me lay out the plan.
Yeah, Michael he works with us at UNIFY, and he actually showed me a presentation he has for something he calls Omnify, which is the lighting up of communities around the world and giving them a whole systems transformation plan and connecting in councils. So I said, wow, this sounds very familiar. You need to meet David Gershon, hear about everything that we're doing in this world, and then see how we can connect worlds. And UNIFY is very open to helping with connect and light up communities around the world, what we call Peace on Earth zones in this initiative. But I'm very excited for you both to meet.
Honored, David. Colin, thank you for your work. Thank you for, I've heard so much about you from Miranda, and I've seen you on numerous broadcasts, not talking to you live, but simply watching your wisdom come through and your life's work. It's amazing. Deep, humble gratitude to you and who you are, truly. And so what I think where this, I'm not saying where this fits together. What I think really needs to happen on this planet is that we need to reorganize ourselves as a human species. And so what is the infrastructure? What is the architecture to lead us from our current reality into a new reality? And that new reality has been spoken of in ancient texts and oral transmissions since the beginning of time. So we know it's going to happen. And perhaps it has already happened. We're just in that transitionary period. And we don't yet know what this is going to look like. And we know, going back to Sadhvi's prayer earlier on, we know that it's going to look like that children are going to go to sleep not having to worry about bombs falling or missiles being launched. That we know. The rest we don't know. We don't know what that golden age looks like. And so really, what is the infrastructure and the architecture that is needed to get us from point A to point B? And in my opinion, there is a physical, scientific approach to it in order to get us there. And so when we look at everything as energy, and within any enclosed system is a tipping point, how can we move from fear to love and move that love forward until it reaches the chasm or the tipping point, at which point it will affect everything. So it's not a spiritual approach to it. Well, I mean, spirituality and science are one and the same things, but I believe that there's actually a mathematical approach to it, and non-violent and loving and caring and compassionate and collaborative and approach to all of that. And so having said that, I'll pass it on to you.
Thank you. I receive all of that, and I would agree 100% on everything you're saying. And yes, we are ready for the golden age. We actually are in it. In certain numbers of us are already in it. So Miranda, are we ready? Should we roll? We have about 45 minutes. Debbie, the basic plan is I'll give a context on the Earth Run, the story of the Earth Run. That'll build out into the game. And then I'll hand it off to Miranda to tell about the 7 actions and the zones and her experience briefly in Crestone, and then invite people to come to our September 20, whatever day that is, Miranda, that Sunday at 4 o'clock, to learn more about how they can form a zone. But in the interim, to start playing the game if they're interested. That's the basic plan. Is that good, Miranda? That remind you of what we were talking about? Okay. Perfect. Okay. And so I will set the context, and then I'll give you a cue to play the Earth Run video. And then afterwards, we'll spend a few minutes having a chance for people to offer their reflections, and I'll comment. We good? Okay. I think Miranda's going to introduce me. So we're not ready for that yet, but Miranda, you'll introduce me, and then
Sorry, I did that right before you came on, actually, David, because we were still waiting for you. So I gave a big thing about who you are and that you were coming, because we had a little time in between. Savviji's video just shut off, so she was ended earlier than all of it.
Waiting for me now all this time. Sorry.
Oh no, we had some other filler stuff in there, but yes, David Gershon. Many of the things that we've talked about today have been about other times in history when we had nuclear threats and nuclear war and the world being scared. Jonathan was even sharing some of his history with some of that as well, and much of that has kind of, some of our other leaders today have talked about, today and yesterday, talked about how in the 80s the threat just kind of went away, but there's a whole other story to it. And when I was 6 years old, there was a thing that happened called the first Earth Run, and David Gershon helped to have a torch of peace get carried around the whole planet in order to help bring peace and end war and bring the torch of hope. And 25 million people carried the torch of peace around the planet, and 1 billion people watched on TV back then, before internet. But I still don't even understand how they reached so many people and got them all together. But in deeply studying his own program and the phenomenon that happened back in 1986, as peace actually happened around the world, and you'll see that in the video that we're about to show. David looked at these actions of what happened during that time, what collected people together, what gave them hope, what made them put down weapons and join together, and then now has created it into the Peace on Earth by 2030 game, which is about actually lighting up torches of peace all around the world. And as we light each other's candles and torches and hold the torches for hope and stand for peace, that's what the game is all about. So we'll look at the Earth Run right now. The first time I saw this video, it brought me back to being a 6-year-old who, my second grade class watched this video on Good Morning America every day when it was happening. And my teacher had so much hope and she was so beautiful. And I had so much hope. I thought, it's time. Peace on earth is happening. There's not, I've been a little kid hearing about war. I don't like this thing called war, and we're not having it anymore. And now we're going to have peace on earth. And unfortunately, it didn't quite go that smooth yet, but we're still going to see it in our lifetime.
We're working on it.
I believe that.
So Miranda, thank you for those kind words. And thank you for being the 6-year-old who hasn't lost her hope. Who got that fire lit in her spirit, in her soul, and has kept it burning all these years later. So let me tell you a little about the background of the Earth Run, because I think the story of the Earth Run is an important part of the overall hope that one can feel that something like this could actually happen. So it was 1976, and I had just put together an event called the Bicentennial Torch Relay to bring fire around America, to rekindle the spiritual values upon which America was founded at a time right after the Vietnam War, when we were in this deep despair about our own moral compass and vision as a nation. And when we were extinguishing the torch in downtown Manhattan at Federal Hall, where George Washington was inaugurated, the thought came into my mind: pass this flame around the world to light the spirit of cooperation, bring the world together in the spirit of oneness. And I set out to do that. And 3 years later, I could not convince anybody that this was more than just a crazy idea. And aside from that, would it even make a difference? And who are you to even do this thing? I mean, yes, you brought torch around America, but still. And I was at that moment that many of us reach, where we wonder if we can actually have impact, whether it's worth staying the course with what our dreams are. And just as I was having that moment of reflection and discovering who I really was, did I have the staying power? I got a phone call from the Olympic Committee, and they said, you've cornered the market on torch relays. Would you organize the Olympic torch relay for us, and from Olympia to Lake Placid? Which I said, wow, yes. And they gave me Air Force One, and we went off to get the flame, and it was amazing, an amazing experience. And I said, well, maybe this is done. Maybe that was the way it's supposed to happen. Meanwhile, 3 years later, 1983, America and Russia are in this nuclear confrontation. A movie the day after has just come on television, where we've seen ourselves as a species go into nuclear annihilation. And it seemed to me that the Earth Run still wasn't done, that form was a precursor, but I needed to take it to the next level. And so I set out. I asked my wife if she would be willing to join me in this crazy idea. And fortunately, she said yes. And so I had one person on my side and a dream. Anyway, with a lot of grace and perseverance, we were able to convince 62 countries, 45 heads of state, and 25 million people to carry the torch. And through the media, we were able to get the major media of the world to broadcast it. As Miranda mentioned, she saw it on Good Morning America, which enabled us to engage 20% of the planet. At that time, it was 1 billion people. And what happened also that's significant spiritually, I would say, is that we were approached by the Hopis. And they said, we have a Hopi prophecy, and we would like to use the platform of the Earth Run to deliver our Hopi prophecy. And the Hopi prophecy says we have 4 times that we are going to be given to present this prophecy of how we need to live together at the Great Hall of Micah, which they concluded was the United Nations building in New York City. We've tried 3 times and been unsuccessful. According to prophecy, if we fail the 4th time, we have 1,000 years of war. This is a good selling point, by the way, to convince someone to want to support you. But if we succeed, we get 1,000 years of peace. So that was a non-starter as a problem to solve for them. I was all on. And we invited a woman named Grandmother Caroline to deliver the Hopi prophecy. And what she described was that the torch was going to begin the great turning towards 1,000 years of peace. And also to not be too attached to the outer form. The world's going to look, what's happening in the outer world is not the same what's happening in the inner world. So what looks like things are not working are actually creating the conditions for something to work. So pay attention to the signs, because the signs are going to tell you really how to think about what's going on. And then we invited a man named Chief Shenandoah, who was the keeper of the fire, or the keeper of the flame for the Iroquois and for the native cultures of America. And they lit the fire. And this prayer was imbued into the fire, Grandmother Caroline's prayer, and off we went to see if we could convince the world that it was possible to change our conditions. So what you're about to see is the story of how the world responded to this event. And it will take you on a journey. It will take you on a journey where you get to look at how you are holding what's possible. Because for all intents and purposes, the first Earth run, by no stretch of the imagination, should have happened. We had no credibility. We had no money. And really, we were able to pull this off at the last minute. And we were confronting these two armed entities that were ready to blow each other up. So what could we do? Well, we gave it a try. And so see what happened. And then afterwards, we'll talk about what actually happened and what is still happening and where this has led to in terms of the Peace on Earth by 2030 game. Same impulse, just a different form. So with that said, let's get ready for a ride around the world and watch the Torch of Peace do what it does, what it still does.
My people lived in the mountains since the beginning of time, but soldiers killed my family. I'm all alone, and I don't know where I am.
not time that we say we want a different world for our children. This torch, I believe, will carry that message from community to community, from capital to capital, from country to country, from people to people. Our children need peace.
This is Jim Grant, the head of UNICEF. This is the launch, September 16th, 1986. 20,000 people have gathered. A strong message is read out by Reagan. The Secretary General of the United Nations receives the flame and passes it to other leaders, and 2 Special Olympians launch the flame on its journey around the world. Tens of thousands of Czechs join in. 100,000 Soviets, and a strong message read out by Gorbachev. In a moment, a 15-year-old boy will hand a torch of peace to a great man of peace as we intersected with the tour of the Pope. And as the Pope receives the flame, 60,000 children light candles, and the whole stadium is electrified. Linford Christie, the beloved Olympian, running with 5,000 youth into Birmingham Square, a poignant moment for a great Olympic athlete. We were invited by the President of Iceland to light a cauldron outside of where Gorbachev and Reagan were holding a summit meeting. An Arab and Jewish child bringing the flame together into the Knesset. The President of Kenya launching the flame through the Kenyan countryside. President of the Ivory Coast on his 81st birthday as he received the flame. 70,000 people have gathered to honor the flame's arrival in Abidjan. The President of Nigeria literally running with the flame. Uganda, the President receives it, and then it goes to different parts of the country that were still suffering under the former rule of Idi Amin to serve as a healing. Bahrain, Special Olympians carrying the flame. The Maasai warriors came running out of the savannah to add their extraordinary presence and knowing to the fire. The President of India, 10 cities. The Taj Mahal in the background. The King of Nepal receives it in the palace in Kathmandu, and from there it went to Lumbini, the birthplace of the Buddha, to light an eternal flame. This man carries the flame up Mount Everest as part of an Everest expedition. Here he's received by the governor of Tibet. It was also passed with an underwater torch by Cousteau in the South Pacific. The President of China receives the flame, and then 2 million people run onto the Great Wall of China, honoring the flame's arrival. In Bangkok, we were received by Buddhist monks in prayer and meditation who said, "A peaceful world begins with a peaceful mind."
We want our world to be safe. We want a world we can play in and grow up in and be happy in with our friends and our families. We want a world of peace and cooperation among nations to change the world from the way it has been. Peace is what we want, now and forever.
She read that out to the Secretary General of the United Nations, who was literally moved to tears. 60,000 people gathered in Australia. Our Indian runner takes a boat across a river in Bangladesh and hands the flame to our African runner, who's decided she's going to take a shortcut. A beautiful poem read out by the President of Bangladesh. Belize, a young girl carrying the flame, all of the Central American countries strongly committed. In Rio, they said, "Let us celebrate our possibility to live peacefully." And they had a wonderful concert honoring the flame's arrival. Burkina Faso, the third poorest country in our world, thousands of villagers came running from the villages and said, "Yes, we too care. We want a better world." In Ottawa, they called a special session of Parliament and honored the flame's arrival. In Colombia, they had a fire engine escort. They didn't trust us at all. Costa Rica, a country with no standing army, for them a strong affirmation of their commitment to peace. An eternal flame was lit at the University of Peace that is still burning. El Salvador, some of the Special Olympians running with the flame. The flame was then brought to different parts of the country to serve as a healing balm. Maggie Thatcher received the flame, and then a double-decker peace bus moved through the city of London, and then we met with the Archbishop of Canterbury and children representing the different ethnic groups. Ethiopia, a spirit of celebration rarely seen in the West, and then the head of state receives the flame. I might add it was the only country that ever had rain on the entire journey. An artist in Paris honors the flame's arrival. Our Soviet undertakes a Parisian subway. In Berlin, as in all of the Eastern European countries, we sensed a stirring in the air as the people of that country honored the flame. Guatemala City, a lot of money raised for the children of that country. Budapest. In a moment, Kathleen Morvai, our Hungarian runner, faces the people of her country. And then tens of thousands of Hungarians run through Budapest, acknowledging the flame and its power in their country. The flame carried in a draft-proof miner's lamp is passed from Catholic Ireland to Protestant Northern Ireland, a remarkable moment of cooperation in the history of those two countries. And then the flame is carried through Northern Ireland by two-legged and four-legged runners alike. There were 45 countries on the main route, 17 tied in, that is, came and got the flame and brought it back to their country. The president of Italy, not to be outdone by the other heads of state in Europe, created a very special event and lit a cauldron, Italian style. There were 6 cities in Japan, including Hiroshima and Nagasaki. For them, it was a strong affirmation of the values they hold so dear. In Laos, we were received by the head of state, and from there, the Americans went to Vietnam to do a special healing between the people of those two countries. A full moon nighttime ceremony in Malaysia lights up the sky. Some 5,000 children gathered and passed the flame from one to another. In the Netherlands, Prince Claus receives the flame and creates a very powerful ceremony. New Zealand, the Prime Minister honoring the flame's arrival with indigenous people of his country. In Nicaragua, Ortega and the head of the Contras declared a ceasefire and had their children carry the flame together through downtown Managua. 600,000 Filipinos gathered to hear Cory Aquino offer an inspiring and stirring speech about her vision of world cooperation. In Warsaw, a country still devastated by the effects of World War II, poignant moment. Singapore, another celebration of our possibilities, beautiful concert. And Gail and I running in Barcelona. 65 different cities in the Soviet Union ultimately participated with the flame, and Zimbabwe, some of the children in the spirit of celebration. Day 84, back in the United States, a well-worn torch. We're in Washington. The runners in blue from the United Nations come and join the runners in red who've been around the world. In a moment, we'll merge the flame with Kennedy's eternal flame, transforming it from death to hope. We did the same with Gandhi's memorial, the unknown soldier in Moscow, and many of the other eternal flames burning on the planet. And we enter Philadelphia, and there we experience some of the children who, like children everywhere, experience the flames' magic. And we crossed the George Washington Bridge into New York, and we're told that the United Nations has called a special session of the General Assembly. The delegates from around the world have come to honor the flame's arrival. December 11th, a snowy evening. Our final torchbearer, a young boy, carries the flame into the General Assembly Hall, and we were told that a special sense of joy and hope descended that hadn't been there before. People from all over have gathered to honor the flame as it re-enters the United Nations. A poignant moment for Gail and myself, the completion of a 10-year dream. In a moment, this young boy will bring the flame out onto the grounds of the United Nations and light a cauldron that represents the hope and the aspiration and the will of the millions of people on our planet who said, yes, we can create the world we want. We will create the world we want. It will be.
That is such a wonderful video. Let me bring Michael up. There we are.
I have to excuse myself for a second. I need to get some tissue. What a beautiful, beautiful captioning of the event and the storytelling behind it and the spirit of it, and here we are, 2022, and the torch is still carried in the hearts of millions and billions of people around the planet. So I just have to go get some tissue. Excuse myself for a second.
Are you muted, David?
Oh, how do I get the mic off?
There, I did it.
Sorry, thank you. I was just saying to Michael and to everyone listening and watching is that what tends to happen after someone sees the first Earth Run video is that it requires tissues, among other things. People are moved. And where I like to go is into the space where people land after experiencing it, because it's a very special place that we rarely enter, a place of hope and possibility, a confrontation with our belief systems about what is possible at a time when we think very little may be possible, although some of us still maintain that hope, but the world doesn't seem to be that easy to move, which in fact it is not. It's hard to create change. So what I want to do is just to spend a few moments to see what kinds of feelings people are having. If people want to just share them through Facebook. While we're waiting for that, we can invite Carlin and Debbie and Miranda and whoever else might want to share what their experience has been. Not so much the questions right now about how, but just how it made you feel. So, and by the way, that's peach on Earth. I love that. But actually it's peace, not just peach. But I like peaches also, so we just want to find
Well, autocorrect made it peachy keen. Is what it did.
vision we want, right? So what does peach on Earth look like? Fun.
We'll obviously include some playfulness.
So, Miranda, what happens for you? What happened for you? You've seen this before as you experience this. How does it make you feel? Carlin, Debbie?
Yeah, I mean, when I saw this video again the first time as an adult 3 years ago when I first started working with you, it just, I don't think I knew that there was even that much that happened when I was a kid, but I knew it was magical. And now seeing it again with all the peace work that we do with UNIFY, with the UN, and now working with you, but that I've done throughout my life, it's still, was just such a miracle to see that happen and see so many people come together in peace. And in reading your book as well, where you go into much, much more deep detail about how this caused world leaders to actually gather and meet that wouldn't have met if this hadn't come through their country, and if they hadn't seen the will of the people wanting peace and all gathering to each grab the torch. Seeing, after I read your book, and you talk about people actually literally in war shooting at each other, putting down their guns and going and carrying the torch together, and deciding that because the torch was coming through there, they were just going to carry the torch instead of shoot at each other. I had to go back and watch the video again to see which ones those were, because there's so much that you can't say in a video that short about so many of the things that happened. So I'm still touched every time to see the kids, to see so much hope, to see even the flame and how it represents hope and life and peace and something that can be lit with each other. And the talk about the eternal flame and how it's still burning today from the flames that went on in 1986 as the torch went around the planet, and that there's multiple eternal flames that have never been put out that are still going now, as well as in our hearts. It's just such a symbology of what can happen and what is happening again right now that we're seeing on our planet right now. Just being here in New York at the United Nations, hearing so many hundreds of leaders speak in General Assembly yesterday. And this goes on for 6 weeks of people presenting and saying, this is what people of our country, of our organization, we all want nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. Please do something and listen to us. And it's getting bigger and bigger.
Miranda, I want others to share. I appreciate your question. Thank you. And yes, all true. And more to be said from Miranda. So we're not done hearing from Miranda yet. Michael, why don't you share, since this is maybe the first time you've seen it? How did it make you feel? What was the how did it touch you? What happened for you?
I was born in '66, so I have vague remembrance of this event. I was born in what was then Western Germany, and just reliving it, and I know it was televised on national television, and to go back into that, but it was more going back into my inner child. And really seeing all the children around the planet holding the torch and carrying the torch, but not just as a symbol, but as a deep integral part of who they truly are, brought back memories of childhood innocence. And that which is the way we're born, and so we all have a longing for peace, but to also see the masses of people come together and align around the torch relay from all countries and all ethnic backgrounds and all religions, and we all have the same desire. And I think what is happening in this day and age, that we feel disempowered. And so because we've been fragmented more and more and more, and we feel perhaps that, and that's just my personal opinion and perhaps a judgment, but we feel that we can't do anything. And I hear it from so many people, oh, there's nothing I can do about it. And this demonstration of peace around the planet through carrying the torch is a prime example as to what we can do. and the power of the masses. And so if we can start to reorganize, those who love peace have to organize themselves as effectively as those who love war, Martin Luther King. I think we're at the tipping point of a global unified mass peace movement that is moving forward, because we all realize that the structures and that have been built for us are no longer in alignment with the level of consciousness around the planet. And
thanks, Michael. I'm going to move on so we can hear from some other people, though. But
okay.
Thank you for those reflections and feelings. Carlin, would you like to share how this made you feel? Stay more on the feeling, because that's the place we want to open up, the heart. And by the way, well, and then I'll share a few my experiences of how people experience this over the years. But Carlin, your experience and how this made you feel.
Yeah. I really liked where Michael talked about in terms of that space of that childhood innocence that is in all of us. You know, I feel like there's this part of us where we all have that 5-year-old in us that, you know, has our wide eyes and is just soaking in the world and really just wants there to be.
Speak in the eye, please.
Yeah, I will. But so that's where it brings me, is kind of back into that space of wonder and of curiosity, and the connectedness of being in play with so many that also have that same inner spark. And there's that real beautiful innocence that I think that's really at the core of what it is to be human. And it's easy to get disconnected from that. It's easy to get pulled away, as you're kind of pointing to, into the intellect, into different spaces. But really at its core, we are very curious, loving, and engaging beings. And, you know, I think for me, especially when I see the kids coming together and the people coming together and community really stepping up in that way, it's a beautiful reflection of this other default that we can go into if we choose to.
Thank you, Carlin. Debbie, are you able to share? I think you also have to manage this, but can you also share how this made you feel?
I can, and I would like to do that, but quickly, I want to recognize a couple of people in the audience.
Oh, great. Sure. Let's hear from others.
Kristen Fouch says, chills, hope, and trust.
Beautiful, Kristen.
I really appreciate you sharing that. And Brenda says, we all know the people of the world are peaceful, but okay, that's an opinion. That wasn't how she felt.
Well, that's okay. But yeah.
Well, thank you for sharing regardless. We love everybody's insights. So what I feel is deep appreciation that it's been shown to us what's possible, and that all of us have the spark ignited within us now that David has shown us. He's proven it. He's walked it. He's done it. And, you know, humans, we just love it when somebody will go before us and show us we can. So in this deep appreciation of that, then I ask, how else can I show up? I feel peaceful and I feel bliss and I feel blessed to be in the comfort and just the essence of everyone here. What it sparked in me is my lovely, beautiful self and how much I love connection. And David, that's what that brings out.
Beautiful.
It's really about connection.
Yeah, beautiful.
And that's how I feel about it.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your heart.
So
the reason why I ask people to stay in their feeling state is because our intellect can often just intervene with all kinds of ideas, which are certainly important. But what the video does, the story does, is it opens up a place that is rarely accessible to us. And Carlin, you reflected it, Michael reflected it as a childlike innocence. But in childlike innocence, like Miranda when she was in first grade, is that we haven't really become cynical. We really still believe that the world is, the Santa Claus exists, and that fairies give us money when our tooth come out. Now, I'm not wanting to suggest that we need to be like that in this naive sense, but only that childlike innocence gives us the belief in the possible. And as we grow older, we start to get what we call learned cynicism, and learned helplessness, and learned hopelessness, and learned disempowerment, which is something that we pick up from the culture. So right now, I don't know how, but I have never lost that spark at all. And I am crazier than I was then, because I believe we can actually pull this off by 2030 through playing a game of all things. And my colleagues, Carl and Miranda, are my crazy playmates who are on that adventure with me, among many other thousands of people around the world. And so many people, when they see the first Earth run, they say, well, can you do it again? And I said, well, that was a unique moment in time, and we are not quite ready to do that form, but we can do a cyber Earth run. We don't need to literally travel around the world. We can get the world connected. And as Miranda was sharing earlier, what came out of the Earth run, as people said, how did that happen? Why did it happen? What were the principles that allowed the world to come together, and that allowed world leaders to stop fighting, and that started dissolving the quote unquote Iron Curtain, whether one could attribute to that. But I know, Michael, when we were in then East and West Germany, we saw there was a shift in the energetics in those cultures, as well as all throughout the Soviet bloc countries. And soon thereafter, the Berlin Wall came down. And so what is all that? What does that all tell us? What is possible? What can go forward from that? And I learned a couple of things. One is about anything is possible, which has made me very dangerous, because I just keep going for it and putting out more and more. Center for Reinventing the Planet is like the overarching idea. It's not just peace on Earth, but it's a whole new world that we can create for ourselves. Reorganizing the world was your term, Michael. But what allowed that to happen, aside from intention and grace? So the world was so contracted at that moment in time that a principle of physics kicked in, which is that nature abhors a vacuum. We got pulled into that vacuum. So the more contraction, the more aspiration for expansion. And it was looking for such a moment. And we filled the bill. And we held the integrity of this moment with what we were doing. And so we got pulled in, and what you saw was the result of that. So we're in such a moment again. There is such profound contraction in the world that it is calling for expansion, an intervention of expansion. And so we have taken those 7 principles, or the principles of that, and created them into 7 actions that build a unitive field, that help people befriend the other, that teach people the spirit of cooperation, that enable people to experience faith in the future, that allow people to become empowered. And we created it as a game. And that game has now been in play for several years. We've had thousands of people play it. And that game has evolved into what we call Peace on Earth zones, which are where enough people playing the game starts to shift the energetics in that community and reweave the social fabric. And so our goal now is to create these peace on earth zones all over the world. And we currently have 5 of them in play. One of them, our dear Miranda, has started in Crestone, and she has been a beautiful steward of this impulse. And 4 others are going on throughout the continent of Africa, in Ghana, South Africa, Kenya, and Morocco, as we try to seed this idea in cultures that are even more eager for it than our Western cultures, which tend to often become quite apathetic around really making this kind of change. We're not forced to get out of our comfort zones as they are there. And we want to build a movement. We'll be talking about that movement in our event on Peace Day. But I want to invite Miranda, if you are here, to share a little bit about your experience of the game for you and for your pole zone. And if there's anything you want to share, I'll also invite Carl if he wants to share anything about our budding pole zones, that you kind of helped inspire by virtue of showing what's possible in Crestone in Africa. I'll invite you both to share a few thoughts. And then at the very end, we'll invite you all to come to our event in September, where you can hear from these 4 beautiful people in Africa and Miranda a little bit more depth about pole zones. So Miranda.
Yeah. I absolutely have loved playing the game, and it has transformed my family and my kids and my community's lives, many of us. So I can say firsthand that the game does work on creating peace on earth. There are 7 actions in the game, and these are the actions that are also they relate to frequencies that we help build in our communities as we play the game, and in ourselves and in our families, in our teams, and how we show up. Debbie, I don't know how to share screen. I was trying to figure that out on this program. We usually don't use this program.
What would you like, sweetie?
The peace2030.earth is the site, but I'll tell you where to go on there.
By the way, Debbie, I'm going to pick on you also because you played the game, so be ready for your thoughts.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to show where the actions are on the page for people to reference, and just so that they can see the web page. We actually go and play the game on a website that is also mobile friendly. We're creating a mobile app with it as well in the future as we have more teams and more people there. But as of right now, I think our game board is not updated, but actively in the game, we have about 300 teams. And I think there is a game board that talks about how many thousands of people that are affected by that and how many thousands of actions. Just having 300 teams has created almost 10,000 actions that people have done towards peace, which include just go to the about part and then click on actions. Thank you, Debbie. Yeah, and then just scroll down a little bit. So the first action is all about, this is peace2030.earth, and I'll put the link in the chat as well. Anyone can go here. Debbie's not logged in. This is what any of the public can see. You can see the Earth Run video, the whole history, what the game's about, and then this is the action section that actually talks about the actions that we take. So you play as a team. You gather 5 to 8 people on your team. Sometimes we've had as many as 10 on a team. And it can be youth, it can be adults. Usually kids older than like 6 years old work better than little bitty kids. But those kids can even sit in on some meetings and do some of the things, even when they are really little, and it's really cute. But some of the youth have been our highest scoring players in the game because they figure out how to really be rock stars at some of these actions. But action 1 is about empowerment and cultivating inner peace within yourself and living in harmony yourself. And in this, David has 40 years of empowerment experience and empowering people in the developing world with the Imagine program and the empowerment workshops they've created, this is a mini version of the empowerment workshop, so that you get to look at who you are, who you want to be, why do you want to create peace on earth, why is it important, why is creating harmony in your life important, and living your dreams and having these bigger beliefs in where we're going, and that we can create peace on earth in the golden age, and that it is going to take all of us believing that and seeing it and doing it in order to go there. We then go into actions that are about befriending other people. Someday, if everybody's friends, we won't have war anymore. And there's so many experiences to have that are so fun with that. There are actions on unitive events and cooperation for a common good.
Miranda, can I just do a quick intervention about that action, befriending the other from Africa? We were going to try to do a video, and then you come back to the rest of the actions. So
we don't have the video.
No, I know, but I'll just share what we were going to have in the video about that, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
So we were debriefing our team in Africa, and this was in Kenya. And the befriending the other action, as at least all of you know, and Debbie, you know, because you were so good at playing the game and built such a beautiful team, is about reaching out to people who are different from you, who don't see the world like you do, who you would normally reject because they are different, and therefore they scare you because they don't see the world like you see the world. And this can be around political ideologies, it can be around religion, it can be around many other things. But in this small Kenyan village, it was around a disability that this young woman had, a man rather. And he showed up, quote unquote, by the way that this woman, Mary Alice, described it, as a crazy person, and it made everyone frightened when he came into the village. And so everyone would just try to avoid this person, except this person playing the game. This man decided he was playing the game, and the goal was to befriend someone you would normally reject. So he went out to befriend him, and bought him some food. He was just eating banana peels and whatever he could find. I mean, the guy was really in an impoverished state and in a mentally unstable space, or at least mentally challenged space. And all the people around watched him do this. All the people that would always be afraid of this person because he was so different and so hard to know how to relate to. And they watched that. And then sort of a miracle happened. Someone else volunteered to help bring him clothing, someone else to help shelter him, someone else they just started looking, what can they do? Well, this person broke the ice, that this is possible. They had the courage to get out of their own comfort zone. And it was a miracle. But it wasn't a miracle. It was just befriending the other, which of course is so simple and so profound. Well, it didn't stop there, because this became kind of a morphic field, a meme in this larger community. And the next day, I think it was the next day or the day after, someone who fit the same description, in this case a woman, in another small village nearby, was walking through this little village, and a woman who would always close her shop when she saw this woman for fear that she would come into her shop, decided she would not only keep open, but she would give this woman biscuits, feeding her and letting her know that she was loved and valued as a human being, even though she wasn't like her. Well, the first thing this woman did was she took the biscuits, she took off the plastic wrapper, and she started to share the biscuits with nearby children. And everyone watched this happen, and they were also amazed to watch this act of befriending, and then this act of generosity, and this act of getting out of our comfort zones. And now there's a new kind of behavior, a new practice, a new belief system. So imagine that happening community by community, pozone by pozone, one person at a time, making this difference. I mean, I've seen videos like that were sort of make-believe, I've never seen this actually happen in real life. In fact, we have such a video on our website that showed that. So let's befriend the other. And Miranda has story after story. I mean, she could probably spend like the next hours telling you variations on this theme. So Miranda, why don't you briefly go through the rest of them, and then let's talk about next steps, because I think we probably should be bringing closure on this.
Yeah, we don't have very much time left. And anyone else can review these actions on there, but they have to do with cooperating, praying, giving abundance, and giving money, and giving what the peacemakers need to build what they need to do in community. And yes, we have many of videos that we've done in the past and storytelling that you can find on our website and YouTube and everything. And I do highly encourage you to do that, especially if you're wanting hope and inspiration in your life and then wanting to join us, because it does, all we're doing is playing actions and your own form of what it means to befriend or cooperate in your community. But it produces magic in a unique way that's your family, your team, your individuality, and how you decide to do that. And then getting to share the stories with a whole, crowds of people that are doing this around the world already. And as David mentioned, PO zones, or Peace on Earth zones, is kind of the heart of what we're really creating. Playing on a team one time takes about 2 to 4 months, sometimes 6 months to do. You meet every 2 weeks and take one action together with your team. And sometimes that extends out longer if people are traveling or something like that. But we encourage groups to create Peace on Earth zones. And that's where you form 5 teams, 10 teams, many teams in one area and start to create a Peace on Earth zone. So there are 5 of them going right now. There are other ones that are a bit dormant right now as they're building their teams bigger right now, like in Louisville. But in Crestone, Colorado, and then in Africa, India, Morocco, we're just seeing teams so beautifully play with 5, 6, 10, 30 teams signed up in one area and working towards creating peace in their area. And when you have that many teams in one area, then your discussions get to start to talk about what you want to cooperate around and actually create change there. And the ripple effect and the impact and the tipping points of creating change become actually very visible in your town. Everybody starts to know what's going on and that they can either play and get in on a part of the action. And what are all these people doing that looks so fun and doing so much good? So it really starts to make a difference. And that's what we were talking about with lighting up torches of peace in communities all around the world. We want to see thousands and then tens of thousands and the whole world in the future be lit up with their eternal flame going, of people knowing they can create peace on earth in the golden age and creating these peace on earth zones. Debbie, can you pull up the page one more time and just click on the peace on earth zone area? I just want to show people where they can go to see what we're looking for in Peace on Earth zone leaders. It can really be anyone. We have some things on there about being a community organizer or having someone on your team or in leadership that it has community organizer experience in order to be successful. Click on, just scroll down a little bit. So there's a video and a little description, and then this part talks about what does it take to be a leader of a PO zone. And then right below that, there's a button that says the application. So if you click on that, you get to put in your community's name, your name, any other team leaders that you might have with you. And we ask some questions about why you want to do this and where you're from and just your basic contact info. And then we'll be in contact with you if you sign up to do that. And that's kind of the stage that we're in most right now. And as David was saying, join us in September, on September 19th in the afternoon, and we'll present deeply about everything that's going on with the PO zones in the world this year. We're focusing on showing that, and people will be coming from Africa, from India, and presenting what is actually going on there and what miracles are happening this year in their Peace on Earth zones. So please do join us. You can sign up on the site. You can scroll to the bottom of any of the pages on peace2030.earth and click contact us, and it literally will send me an email, and we can get in conversation if you're interested or have questions, or even if you're afraid to be a leader and don't know if you have what it takes, or you want to onboard your whole city. We can talk about whatever your ideas are and whatever you want to do and help get you started. So please do join us. If you want to join us in September to learn a lot more, go on the website and watch the videos and see what all is going on there.
So Marina, let me just add a thought. So Michael, you represent or part of UNIFY, and there are many people representing different organizations, and that's a natural for partnerships, because each of you have members in your organizations that live in communities somewhere, and they are often looking for an opportunity to actually have impact, and an opportunity to have impact in a way that could actually have impact at the scale of a planetary transformation, and not just any, but peace on earth. So what will it take to do this? I mean, think about it. All we need is individuals showing up in a community. And if enough communities show up and they play the game, which has a track record from the Earth Front of actually delivering real change, and we've seen it at a macro level and micro level, why couldn't we pull this thing off? We know it's not going to happen. I mean, we know we have to get the leaders of the world to show up in new ways through the work that's happening this week and on the next weeks. But how do they show up differently? They show up differently when people show up differently, when communities show up differently, when a new consciousness is now part of the world, when there's practices that go along with the consciousness, when there's actually a strategy for scaling it, when a new set of frequencies show up. And by the way, the 7 frequencies that go along with the 7 actions are very profound. They're the frequencies of empowerment, oneness, unity, faith, love, cooperation, and abundance. And those are the golden age frequencies. So these little communities, I love the Oscar Wilde quote. Could we go back to the Pozone page again? I want to just quote Oscar Wilde. It's one of my favorite quotes, because it's a wonderful sense of how to think about the future and your community. So if we could go back there, Deb, that would be great. But while we're doing that, yeah. So go to the top of that page. Thank you. No, not that page, the page before it. On Pozone. Just go back to Pozone page, yeah. There you go, the very top. A map of the world that does not include utopia is not worth even glancing at, for it leaves out the one country to which humanity is always landing. Progress is the realization of utopias. I'm a student of utopias. Utopias really are what humanity aspires to. It's the place where we want to live. We don't know how to do that. But fundamentally, anything short of aspiring for our highest aspiration for how we can live together is not even worth thinking about. Why would we settle for anything less than that? Why would we settle for just less of bad things? So that's what we're asking people to think about and go towards and be inspired by. And by the way, that video of those 2 people hugging is called the Crestone story. So you can go a lot deeper and hear Miranda's story and what's happening actually in Crestone. It's a beautiful story. It's a 5-minute video. We shared that last year during the Pozone, the event we did last year around that Pozone, as well as the one we were doing in Kabul. So I'm going to end with a short meditation that brings us into the unitive state that this game aspires to bring us to. So close your eyes if you wish. I will close mine so I can go inside and feel into my heart and my spirit. And as you breathe in, take a deep breath, and as you breathe in, feel yourself breathing in a sense of peace. Feel your heart at peace, your mind at peace, your body at peace. And as you breathe out, let yourself let go of anything that creates less than that state of mind and being. Anything you need to let go of, just let it go. Breathe it out. And now, on the next in-breath, breathe in the sense of oneness. Oneness with all of humanity. Oneness with all the parts of the world that are in disharmony. Oneness with all the parts of the world that are in harmony. Oneness with all the people who aspire to have the world be a better place. Oneness with all those people who are too afraid to go towards the other and separate themselves. In harmony with all of the political leaders of the world who need some encouragement to go to a place they haven't comfortably gone before. In harmony with all of the different ways that we operate as human beings, but often use as a way to separate us. In harmony with our own highest aspiration to be the human being of our dreams, to be our best selves, to be representatives of the age of enlightenment that we are entering or in. Allow all those experiences to be in your heart. And feel the world as one. Feel the world as one. Feel the world as one. Remember the Earth Run story. The world stopped war. For 86 days, there was peace on Earth. Wherever the torch of peace went, war stopped, and the world was united as one in that community. The world was in this unitive state. It saw a vision of the possible. Grandmother Caroline said, you have begun the great turning. Pay attention to the signs, because they're often different than the way things look on the outer eye. And I invite you all to join us September 19th. I think it's 4 to 5:30. We can put in the chat, or I don't know how we'll communicate it, but we'll get the word out about it. So stay tuned through UNIFY and other sources for our event, where we'll share the wonderful work being done around the world and across Africa and in Crestone and other places. And you can learn how to bring this to your community. And in the interim, join us every Sunday. We call it Oneness Sunday. One of the 7 actions is on oneness. And everyone who's been playing the game lights a candle and visualizes peace on earth and the oneness of humanity. So do join us then. And I want to give the last word to Debbie, who thought she was innocently just helping facilitate. I told you I'd pick on you. So Debbie, you get to say the last word about what happened for you playing the game, because Debbie ended up sort of supporting us, and then lo and behold, she got reeled in, and she became a player, and more than a player, became a real active supporter. So Debbie, last word.
Last word is, you can't know if it works unless you do it. And what I can tell you is that what I did is I used in Spirituality Gone Wild, we had about 10 people that participated from all over the world. So I did it sort of a test run in the virtual community. And it went phenomenally because it was something they looked forward to. But each person was applying the tools within their own family. And then they would report back. And so it was bringing families closer with communication, first and foremost, because that's what it really prompts. When we think about befriending the other, that might be your partner, that might be, your child. When you think about befriending the other, it really starts with yourself, and it starts with those that are right in your environment. Rather than looking at what they're doing that's not right, this game will encourage you to see what is. And that's the beauty in it. And it also encourages that within the structure of your community, because you can go into the grocery store and extend this game. Befriending, just think about what that means, to befriend another that you might not normally. Now, that's a big pill to swallow, to admit there might be somebody out there that you might not want to befriend because of a judgment or, socialization of gender or the patriarchal society, some of the intersectionality of judgment that people face. And you might not want to friend that person that you view as different, but I encourage you to ask yourself why you view it that way. Ask yourself that question. It's probably a belief system, a social construct that can be undone. So the final word is, we're here for each other. We're not here for our sole individual self. So step out into this world for another. In fact, I encourage you today, through this entire event, it's been about prayer, to bring the grace, the fragrance of life, and gratitude into the next person that you touch. And David, I want to thank you again for the work that you've done, because it's extraordinary. It changes lives, it changes families, and it changes communities. And I think David might be the 100th monkey. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm thinking. Or Miranda might be, or I might be, or Michael, or Carlin, or you who's watching. And what that simply means is that you may be the tipping point of social change. And by the way, David's got an awesome book. It's called Social Change 2.0. You should go check it out.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I asked you to give the last word, but I have one last word about you. So one other thing that I thought was really cool about how this diffuses is that Debbie did it through her business. And it became this beautiful way to also bring coaches together and teach them new capabilities. So it wasn't just that she did this as a team, she did it in so many levels. So imagine every business in the world saying, how can we bring our colleagues together? How can we bring our employees together? How can we bring our customers? I mean, so there's endless ways. There's no limit to how this game can diffuse. And I've always thought, Debbie, you have been one of the best models, not just you played the game at a high level, but how you did it through that particular work platform was beautiful. So on that note, I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day or evening. And I wish you to believe in the future, because it's going to be amazing. And all we need is enough people to believe that, like me and everyone on this call in this Zoom room, our StreamYard room. The world changes. So bless you, everyone, and keep up your good work. And thanks for being with us.
Thank you all. Debbie and I and Michael have one more message from UNIFY, but thank you, David and Carlin, for being here with us and for working with me every day and for continuing to do the work that you do every day. So inspiring to wake up to be in the world that you help provide. And let us keep going into the bright future.
Bye, everybody. Bye for now.
Well, thank you everyone for being here with us and all these amazing people. We have one more invitation video that we'll end on that will happen on Monday with the 8/8 Lionsgate portal. And I don't know about any of you, but woo, this Lionsgate portal has been one to rock everything that needs to come up in relationships, technology that's going to go wrong, business structures that need to shift, you name it. This last 15 days when we started the meditation with Maureen and Michael Interstellar, that 15-day portal will end on Monday on 8/8, the Lionsgate portal. This very, very strong time of transformation right now. So, man, being here in New York has been such a miracle already. And the more than 50,000 people that have viewed videos yesterday and here today with Nuclear Prayer Day and already coming together towards Peace Day and everything. We're super blessed to be here. Super glad you're here with us. Thank you to the hundreds of organizations that let us share out to your pages as well, and for being with us. And as the Dalai Lama said, as Jonathan Granoff in Global Security Council says, as the UN is now saying, our recognition of one human family and living as that and standing for loving and caring for each other is the thing that changes us out of nuclear war. So we will stay in continuous prayer and meditation every day towards this, and we hope that you'll stay with us. And please join us on 8/8 at 6:30 p.m. When we do the Lionsgate meditation together. And this is a little video about that.
All life begins here. We all share a deep ancestral connection to this sacred space. But somewhere along the way we lost sight of this divinity. Health, ritual, and peace became expendable. Now is the time to return to our power, to embrace the traditions that have revered our divine feminine, to awake the community that surrounds you, to awake your inner body. Join us as we create change from within.
And with that, we are coming to a close. I just want to say how grateful I am for everybody. Michael, thank you so much for being here with us and holding this space.
Wow, what an awesome, awesome morning. My heart's wide open. It pulled me into some sort of a continuum, into a space of I don't even know how to express it really in words. I feel grateful, I feel empowered, I feel inspired, I feel motivated, and I hope that our viewers feel a similar or same way. And when we talk about awaken our bodies, it is not just a concept. It is the truth of who we have to become. And I believe one of our primary responsibilities as a human being on this planet in this day and age is, and how we can serve the greater, is to awaken our body. And what does that mean? How can we drop into meditation, into prayer? How can we put positive energy into our bodies through food, through clean water, through positive thoughts? And how can we share that with other people, reach out to other people, and reach out to strangers? And how can we implement random acts of kindness
Wake the community that's
to other? And so I'm grateful for you, Debbie, and you, Miranda, and working. I still have a plugged up nose from my tears from earlier on. I thank you for being here and being with me every single day. Working with you is an honor, joy, and a thrill, actually. And thank you.
Thank you both too. And Debbie, yeah, I'd kind of forgotten you even played the game with us back then, and that's how we got to know each other. We've been such best friends since then, and I just honor and appreciate you and your growth and how much you are vulnerable and able to share that with me as well, and to be your dear friend. And I can't thank you enough for being my right-hand woman in all of this while I'm on the streets in New York running around, and you're helping do all the technical stuff on the other side with Kaylin, who also doesn't come on video with us often, but is here too. And thank you, Michael, for all the beautiful posting on UNIFY that you do constantly to uplift people. And it is such an honor and beautiful experience to work with both of you and all of our UNIFY team all the time, and the teams with URI and the beautiful UN people that I've met here, and everybody is, I mean, we commented on being in New York this time. I used to come twice a year, and I haven't been since COVID shut everything down, and this is the first reopening. But everything here, even like the people on the street were more polite. Everything's more clean. The trees and plants are bigger. There's more birds. Like literally, it's noticeably different this time. Something is happening everywhere. And we're seeing this in a big way with UNIFY, and that's the reason why we do these things, to show you hope, give you inspiration, show you what the rest of humanity is caring about and doing. And thank you so much for showing up with us in prayer and meditation today.
I just want to add a little announcement, what we're working on, and maybe we can realize that in the coming weeks. And Jonathan, as well as David, had talked about the film or the movie The Day After, and it was watched by 200 million people when it came out. It was the highest ever watched TV production, and it might have impacted Ronald Reagan's decision to move towards peace and start the conversations with Gorbachev. And so what we are aiming at is kind of doing a movie night, a UNIFY movie night, where we're going to be able to screen the movie and then potentially have a Q&A with the director Nicholas Meyer, and bring that energy of The Day After back into our reality, the same way then we just experienced it with David Gershon's torch relay. And so watch out for that. Hopefully within the next coming weeks, we're going to have a little bit of a movie night together.
Yay! That sounds super exciting. So everybody, make sure that you like the UNIFY page and that you share this out to everyone and anyone that you can possibly think of. We thank you again from UNIFY. We will see you back next Saturday with UNIFY Women Rising. It's going to be a whole new episode, and it's going to be great. So long, farewell.